Who controls the British pound? Who keeps the metric system down? We do. We do.
Who leaves Atlantis off the maps?
Who keeps the Martians under wraps? We do. We do. Who holds back the electric car? Who makes Steve Gutenberg a star? We do. We do. Who robs Kingfish of their sight?
Who rigged every Oscar night?
We do. We do.
Every Oscar night.
Yo, good evening. What's everyone saying? How's it going? Put a 1 in the chat. Oh. Yeah, I'm just going to be going through a few things tonight. Hopefully a few people come on and we can go through it as well. What's everyone saying? Big ups to Private in the chat. John, Body Boy. Anyone else? Living Man, not Dead Fiction. Big ups. Green Still. So yeah, if anyone wants to come up and chat about the Illuminati, I'm just going to be going through it. Hopefully find some new things that I've never seen before. Hopefully you can find some new things that you've never seen before. The Illuminati, it started in 1782 and ended around about 1796. So that's 14 years just from reading over the last few weeks and years on this subject. I think the Illuminati was set up by Jesuit student Adam Weishaupt as some kind of, well, I don't know, behind the scenes political movement within and based on Freemasonry as a way to limit and take away the power that the church had over the state at the time. To also try and overthrow the monarchy by funding the Jacobites in France. And this obviously pissed a lot of people off at the time. A similar version was created 58 years later in France, but that only lasted 20 years until it was totally forgotten about 100 years later, until it was revived by the Discordians. So it was created in Ingolstadt, which was a Jesuit run place, university, sorry. There's even a museum there. They found books that Adam... Good evening, Okai. Good evening, Julia. I'll put in the link in the chat. Rintin, good evening. So yeah, he going back. It grew up to 3,000 members by the end of the first sort of 2 years. And Baron Adolf von Neig, he was the person who created the 13 grade structure that the Illuminati had back then. And it was separated into 3 different classes: the first class, the novice class, the second class, the Illuminatus, and the third class was the highest degree. And obviously you get through and work your way up, I suppose. Yeah, man. Okai said he knows some Discordians. Definitely go through a bit of Discordians later and have a look into that. It's pretty interesting stuff. A lot of stuff. So obviously they did little rituals. Yeah. Good evening, Free Rider. Just come in as well. Ooh. How is it going on this Wednesday evening? Hopefully gonna have it running for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours, and then if someone wants to set up a live stream afterwards, only in Discord. Yeah. Right, where was I at? I found a website. Where is it? No, it's not the one. Let me find it. So yeah, anyone coming up on the chat? What was the next one I was going to go through? Oh yeah. He was obviously a professor of natural and canon law at the University of Ingolstadt, which was a Jesuit-run university. He was also, well, he wasn't a Freemason when he set up the Illuminati, but he became a Freemason along with von Neig, and that's when they endorsed Freemasonry into it. Open that. Pin message. Pin, yeah. Anyone coming up? I can talk on my own, but it's probably better with people. Where the fuck? Mm-mm-mm. Alright, I'll play you something quick. Oh. Good evening.
Good evening.
How's it going?
It's going great. I'm here to learn about the Illuminati. I used to know a lot, but it's all fallen out of my head, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Some of the things that they were up to.
Well, I'm surprised they were only around for what, 20 years or something, according to what you said? Not that
Yeah. Well, the first phase, I suppose, of the first group.
yeah. And then there must be all these secret reincarnations.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I get the feeling they were kind of banned by Freemasonry though. So
Yeah.
they were all Freemasons and they created the Illuminati, but then the Freemasonry said, no, we don't want it anything to do with us.
And they get confused with Freemasonry as well,
Yeah.
but they are different. And they seem to be a lot wealthier than your average Freemason as well. That's
Yeah.
the impression I always had of them. And in positions of power greater than Freemasons typically. But then again, I don't even fully understand Freemasonry, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think I understand Freemasonry a bit more than the Illuminati. I'm not too clued up on the Illuminati. I get the feeling that it was kind of they created it out of Freemasonry to try and overthrow the monarchy in France in a way, and
Yeah.
it didn't work. But the Jacobites, they were main part of the revolution in France.
And how did they get that name, Jacobites?
Jacobites. That was, I think it was a family, wasn't it? The Jacobites.
I should.
It's to do with the House of Stuart. Jacobites, here we are. From Ireland. Where is it? Jacobites were a movement that supported the restoration of the House of Stuart. Yeah.
So the Jacobites date to James II of England,
Yeah.
and this is in the late 1600s, early 1700s. So after James I, that favorite of mine. And they claimed that monarchs were basically appointed by God, so the divine right of monarchy,
Yeah.
and more complex ideas, obviously, than that. So I guess the now How did the Illuminatis were anti-Jacobite then?
No, apparently they tried to fund the Jacobites in the French Revolution to try and overthrow France, as well as restore the House of James as well. And they reckon that the Illuminati helped to fund that.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look up Adam Weishaupt then.
I don't know why. So
Adam Weishaupt. That's a tough name.
yeah, it seemed to all come out of the Jesuit university in Ingolstadt. Where's that? That must be in Bavaria somewhere.
It was in Bavaria, yeah. There's actually an Illuminati museum still today in Bavaria.
Yeah, I bet. I found that plaque. That'd be interesting to go.
Weishaupt was a professor of civil law as
And
well
canon law as well.
and canon law.
Yeah. Ooh, police are out.
That's Canada here. If it's a siren, it's a fentanyl overdose. That's the rule of thumb here.
Shit.
It's that bad, man. It really is.
Wow. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet in the world today. Yeah, Private's got it right there. Yeah. So where's Owen? Oh, yeah. I was hoping he'd bring some.
I'm just trying to read through the Wikipedia page here. Get caught up.
Get that page up quick.
So he was trying to overthrow the French monarchy
And restore the British monarchy.
and restore the British monarchy.
Yeah, the Jacobites were anyway. Because probably at that time, England and France were the most powerful countries, so to capture them both would be, I suppose it'd be good. So yeah, what I'd like if Owen's around, if we could maybe like connect it to the modern day version, you know, with all the pop stars and that, with the hand signals. And see, I want to know if that's real, or if the elite have made them a little group so they think that they're part of the Illuminati, or if it actually is real. I don't know. It's a hard one to.
Or if it's just modern day Freemasonry still.
Yeah, disguised as the Illuminati.
So Weishaupt was initiated into a Masonic lodge in 1777.
Yeah.
And he used Freemasonry to recruit for his Illuminati society. I didn't even know that.
And the whole of the whole of the Illuminati is based on Freemasonry, but they've just improved it, or I don't know what they did.
I'll give Age a buzz.
Not in Paddy Day.
It lived a fairly long life, 82 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that as well. I suppose the wealthy do live longer. Look at the Queen's husband, Philip. He come out of hospital yesterday. He looks, I don't know how he's alive.
Well,
Lizards.
he's got a lot of preparation to do. He wants to come back as a virus in his afterlife, and
Oh, yeah. Kill everyone. I remember he said that. He's a weird person.
did you see the video of Joe Biden today? The green screen, the fake. It looked like he wasn't even outside in front of the White House today. It looks like they did this in a studio.
No.
In his green screen. You haven't seen that?
No.
I can share that with you if you want. Let me just get that. There you go. It's just a short 4-minute video. The audience might get a kick out of it. I shared it on Discord as well.
Oh, it's not working. What is it?
Oh, do I have to play it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Greetings, brothers and sisters. My wife sent me this last night. A number of people sent it to me this morning. It's all the buzz. Jojo, this is from Bloomberg News, right? Bloomberg Quick Take. So this hasn't been doctored by some Trump supporter. This is an actual video. And Jojo appears to be outdoors. But this is what happens here. Comes walking up.
Not at the moment.
So you can see here his hands in the microphones don't really jive too well here. See?
Oh, yeah.
The phone sort of goes behind his hand in a weird way. And now you see he appears to be in some sort of a green screen, if you see his hands, and then this hand goes through the microphone, this microphone, the furry one. Boom. Like, what's happening there, Jojo? And it's the size of the thing. The thing gets huge, like it doubles in size, right? Like, what is that? Some kind of a... I mean, there's just... I'm going to put this thing in... I'll slow it down. I'll put it in Premiere Pro, and we'll look at it there as well. So here goes Jojo walking in slow motion. Here comes this monster mic with the... Here it is. And then it's, they're very big, those mics. Like, I don't know who did this, but it's very sloppy work. Then there's that weirdness there, right? I mean, like, it's a 3D effect. And he's like outside of the frame and the mic's behind him. Let's watch it again. I'll biggerize the bottom part. I'll make it so we can really just see the hands in the mic here. Here we go, those monster mics. And then he's going to put his hand right here. And it's like, what's happening there, buddy? Buddy. And then here's a big mic coming. Whoa, what's going on there, champ, right? It seems like green screen is the only explanation. He doesn't look like the mic, it looks like somebody has, somebody with limited video skills has sort of CGI'd these mics in there. And now, and I don't understand why. Like, he can't go outside. Like, what is this? Like, and where is he coming from? Let's watch the whole video here again. So he starts off, it looks like he has an SUV there. There's some sort of a cul-de-sac around the perimeter of the White House. But I don't, is this where he's supposed to be? So he's coming up. There's no Secret Service, some giant microphones, and he's got that SUV behind him. But I'm not sure where he's. Like, he just got out of his car and saw these reporters, and then boom, that weird mic there, and the weird mic there, and it's just odd. Like, why is he doing that? Why are you doing that, bro? And it appears from this picture he's just been photoshopped in. Like the layers aren't really correct. If you look at his outline, not just his hands and the mic, but the entire background. Like one of these things doesn't belong, right? One of these things is not like the other. That old Sesame Street song. Like he doesn't belong in the photo, and I'm not sure like why they're doing this. Like why they wanted to get it out because there's some sort of a crisis, or they wanted to have something that's controversial that'll distract from the border crisis. I'm not like sure as a strategy what's going on here. Why they decided to green screen him? Is he, I mean, what's happening? Like, there's so many unanswered questions because I don't understand the motivation behind green screening him in or whatever is happening here. CGI. I don't, is he even alive? What's up with JoJo? This is like some kind of where's Waldo? Where's JoJo? Anyways, only spirituality will save this world. It's Colorado definitely pointing from the apocalypse and the ascension. Everyone have a blessed day and be grateful.
Yeah. What do you think?
It looked like they just added him onto a video of the White House lawn, basically.
That's what it looks like, yeah. Even the margins around his suit look suspicious. Just looks like he's in a studio and coming up to a set of reporters. Just green screen, just fake.
I don't get why they do that. Maybe I don't know. He's busy or fuck knows, but
I think in part they do it to laugh at us, Sage. I really do. Any chance they get to mock us and humiliate us and laugh at us, they'll take that opportunity. Just like the Sarah Everhard case. The same thing. It's just mockery, and they get a good chuckle out of it.
And you still can't mention anything outside of the Sarah Everard thing. Like Hikuku, he was trying to, tell people about police oppression and stuff like that, and they were all telling him to shut up, like they were all shouting, and he was trying to get them to, to do something about it, not just go to the park and all stand around and give flowers,
Yeah, I just caught on to Haiku Ku's him today. I just started watching his weekly video broadcast today, and I don't know what to make of him, if he's real or if he's a plant or what. What do you think of him?
I know he was kicked out of the Marxist League in the 90s, and he's one of the only Westerners that writes for a newspaper in China about like Western life. So there's a few little things about him.
I know his video today is 33 minutes and 30 seconds long.
Oh, really? Huh.
He's
treating about, isn't he?
I just think anybody that treats the Sarah Everhard thing as real is suspicious in my books.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so loaded with 33s, and it's just so. It's just taken, so much. It's been given so much attention. Anytime the news media gives a story attention and puts it around the world, it's suspicious. It's just another murder, really, if you think about it.
I mean, yeah, even if it is a real murder, why are they giving it so much attention? That's what I don't get.
Yeah, and why is it so liberally sprinkled with 33s?
Yeah. Yeah, it's all good, nicely timed this week.
Yeah, Britain's George Floyd.
Yeah, definitely.
Get people angry with the cops who are already angering up the people. Mass psychology, man. So what were you talking about? The Illuminati?
The Illuminati. I'll find. There's a couple of books. Where is it? So yeah, it seemed to disappear for like 100 years, unless they were just being secretive. I don't know, but
Well, that would be the idea. Go into hiding.
and then this book appeared at some point. This isn't the original version, but the 66 Laws of the Illuminati. Apparently, they wrote it. Not sure about that if it's true, but and yeah.
Got a nice ring to it.
And then there's a little article here. Does the Illuminati still exist? There's loads of questions. Where is there? There's a good question. I don't know. Oh, apparently here it is. How did members of the Illuminati rebel against the establishment? And it says here, in the 1770s, the group developed subversive rituals that were designed to liberate initiates from the mental constraints of political and religious influence and to undermine the patriotism that kept the royal families of Europe in power. Once initiated, these individuals were instructed to infiltrate other groups and maneuver themselves into position of influence where they could subvert or direct power away from the ruling elite and back to the people.
Well, see, I find that hard to believe just as it's written, divert power back to the people. Huh?
Yeah.
What?
No.
Like, it could be that the whole history of the Illuminati has just been rewritten. I find it more likely that the Illuminati is the ruling elite, and they've just written a story for our amusement.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. I think it's all a bit of a joke, and it's kind of to hide the real elite behind.
There is one theory that I came across when I was researching Freemasonry, and that is that once you pass the 33rd degree, and if you have the money, that's the key. If you're a moneyed individual and you pass your 33rd degree, then that's your stepping stone towards the Illuminati. So if you're a multi-billionaire, you do your 33rd degree in Freemasonry, then you can enter the steps of the Illuminati.
Ah, yeah, that's a possibility.
I don't know how true that is, like I said, but it would make sense that the Illuminati are simply the wealthiest of Freemasonry and the real movers and shakers within the Freemasonic movement. The people who say, for example, let's have Joe Biden on green screen today, and it gets done.
Yeah. Or let's have an earthquake in Japan in a month.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Japan have gone through a lot of shit over the last 100 years, haven't they? And they seem to always come back. It's crazy. And then they seem to always get fucked over again.
Let's have a virus that's almost as bad as the flu, but let's have it shut down the world for a year.
Yeah.
Who can do it? We can.
Yeah. Wow, loads of books from the Discordians. And they came out in the 60s, I think it was. They basically rehashed the Illuminati again in the 60s as a bit of fun. Where is it? Discordianism, depending on who you ask, it's an elaborate joke disguised as a religion, or a religion disguised as an elaborate joke. So they basically created this book called the Principia Discordia. It's like a Bible, and they basically had to spread as many sort of lies and misinformation as they possibly could. That was part of it. Was like a game that they were playing. Where is that other one now? I've lost it now. Fuck. But it's all just loads of symbols, triangles. Principia Discordia.
Triangles or pyramids.
Yeah.
Oh, Suzanne Brown just put a short 45-second video in the chat section, and it's just showing a split screen of two different protests in Dublin, Ireland, one on the 16th and one on the 17th. And the one on the 16th is called Rosa. It's a socialist feminist movement protest. And the one on the 17th is an anti-lockdown protest. And the first one, the feminist protest, there are police there, but they're not bothering anybody. On the anti-lockdown protest, the police are all over everybody and making arrests. Yeah, it's a good point, Suzanne.
Yeah. Two-tier policing, that's what they're calling it. I'll stick that up in a minute. They created this goddess, Eris, the Greek goddess of chaos, discord, and strife. And they had a golden apple, which was their like logo. Pretty weird. Is that on my screen? Yeah, Eris. But the first book came out was called Illuminatus by Robert Shee and Robert Anton Wilson. And that's basically just about the Illuminati. And yeah, I've never actually read it. And then you might know this, but there's a game that come out in the 80s, the Illuminati game.
Yeah, I remember that.
By Steve Jackson. Steve Jackson? Yeah.
That's one you see all over conspiracy circles.
Where is it? Yeah, this has got all of them. Air magic. Al Gore. New World Order antitrust legislation. See, that's just come in, hasn't it? Not long ago, the antitrust legislation. Sure.
What does it mean, antitrust legislation? Exactly.
I think it was in America. It was to do with people like Snowden and stuff like that, giving out information, like intelligence and.
See, there's another story that I would consider a psyop is Edward Snowden and Julian Assange.
To give you a bit of hope.
Yeah, exactly. Create false heroes.
Yeah.
people fighting or allegedly fighting the state.
But then, well, I was going to say, why would Assange give all that info out? But it wasn't that much info, really, and they never really did anything about it anyway, so... Yes.
Oh, I got to go. John Overkill's having a premiere. Bah, bah.
John Overkill.
He's probably just refacing Rich.
I'd love to play this game, or just, yeah, see what the cards are like. Overlords.
Yeah, apparently it is a real game you can play. I've seen most of the cards on YouTube now.
Yeah, I'm sure you can get it somewhere.
Oh, you can. I have a friend actually who's a Freemason who has the game. I haven't seen it, but
Elders of Zion.
hello, Rum in the chat. How you doing?
Good evening, Rum. Good evening, Local.
Good evening, Local.
Saturday is going to be crazy. Right, let's have a look at that video that Suzanne put up of Ireland and the two different examples. Where is it? Oh shit. I bet you can't hear that. Right, let me go back.
What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it?
See, there's like 3 times more police. The anti-lockdown movement. And then there's 3 times more people at the socialist gathering.
It's ridiculous. You guys Ireland must have the same laws you do, the no more than 2 people at a protest.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Paul, maybe. Not sure. National Log. But yeah, it's probably the same, I suppose.
I don't know what Canada's laws are. It's like they change every week here. But I think we're still at 10 people or less for a protest. But nobody protests here. Well, I shouldn't say nobody. There are spots around the country in the big cities, but not in the small towns or small cities like where I live. People are oblivious to what's going on for the most part.
Yeah. Especially in the better off countries like ours, there's they're getting, I don't know what it's like in Canada, but they're getting furloughed and money, I suppose.
Well, people are getting furloughed, but they're also getting government assistance, right? So they get a fraction of the pay to stay home. And well, I can't say they like it, because there's a lot of very unhappy people, as reflected in domestic abuse, suicides, drug overdoses, relapse rates. People aren't happy, but it seems to be enough just to keep the lid on the kettle for now. And I think that's all been carefully designed.
Yeah.
They don't want protests. They don't want things flying off the handle. Which is why this Saturday is going to be really interesting to watch. Because I think people really, enough people are awake now to be really angry, especially in the major centers.
Not where the city near where I live, definitely not. I know there's going to be an Extinction Rebellion protest, but that's about it.
What a waste of time that is, man.
Yeah.
It's like saying you believe in the fraud known as climate change.
I saw what's his name? The Canadian guy. He basically set up Greenpeace. He's against, he thinks it's all bollocks as well. I get his name.
Let's see if I can find that.
He's basically just saying it's a natural process, that.
Is it Irving Stowe?
No.
Patrick Moore?
That's the one, Patrick Moore, yeah. That's probably why he's not in Greenpeace anymore.
Well, it was a Canadian who gave us climate change, the fraudulent science known as climate change. I'd really encourage everybody to look at. I'll put his name in the chat. Maurice Strong. He's Canadian. He just died, I think, last year or the year before. And James Corbett, I'll put his name in the chat too.
Maurice Strong. Rings a bell.
So he was, I'll just play it. Just let me finish. Maurice Strong is dead. So James Corbett did some excellent research on this guy that virtually nobody has heard of, but he was a high school dropout, left Winnipeg, Canada at the age of 14, ended up in New York City, and was basically adopted by the Rockefeller family. So by the age of, I think, his late 20s, he was the CEO of an oil company under the Rockefeller family. And then, like every 4 years, he would go from oil company executive to a position in the United Nations, and then back to the oil industry, back to the United Nations. And he basically orchestrated this whole climate change, global warming scam. He was the one who hired Al Gore for the Inconvenient Truth speech. And so climate change is all pseudoscience. They basically hired, fraudulent scientists, paid them. If you have enough money, you can get scientists to come up with anything you want them to. So much of our science these days is fraud.
Do you know that 97% of scientists, that claim, that saying, that was basically, they had, I think it was 1,800 scientists. They asked the question, do humans cause climate change? And I think 800 of them refused to give their answer. And then of the 1,000, it was something like 970 they said, yes, it was humans. So they took that as 97% without taking all of them.
Yep. And did you
Just
know
cherry picked?
that there was another petition of 30,000 scientists who said that climate change science is junk science and it threatens the very nature and integrity of science itself. But then that never got published in the mainstream media. And Rich just said that there's a poll that says that 97% of scientists are gay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing's a scam, but you know, it's just like the way propaganda works and mind control. If you just repeat it and there's an element of trauma to it, pretty soon most people will come to believe it as true.
I definitely say we're polluting the earth, but that's a different. I think that's a different question or story in itself. You know.
Oh, no doubt. There's no argument there. We're ravaging the earth.
Yeah.
But this whole concept of greenhouse gases and the temperature of the earth warming up is just complete fraud. I mean, one of the things, if you know a little bit of science, anytime you take a measurement on any physical anything physical, if you take a measurement, whether it's height or weight or temperature, there's always a margin of error, right? Depending on the instruments that you're using to measure, there's always a plus or minus so many percent. And they're taking measurements of tree rings from hundreds of thousands of years ago, right?
Oh, and the ice things, yeah. Oh, the tree rings, yeah.
And
Same
what
thing.
what they're not telling us is that the margins of errors on these tree ring measurements are really quite significant. You know, they're plus or minus 6% or 8% or 10%. So when you start calculating and grinding out the numbers, those margins of errors have to be included. So when you have a margin of error of 6% times a margin of error of 6%, you're getting into a margin of error of 36%. So it makes the calculation. So if you come up with a final analysis and you project, say, in 2050, the temperature of the Earth is going to be 3 degrees higher, what they don't tell you is that the margin of error on these things is plus or minus 50%. So it's basically useless for calculations, and it's irrelevant. It has no meaning at all.
It's useful for the electric industry that's coming and all of that.
Well, what is useful is extracting wealth. So it's carbon taxes for you and me and carbon credits for big industry.
Yeah,
At a time when their plants are decaying and they need to upgrade all their facilities.
and they found that because the Earth has warmed up in the last sort of 100 years, they found that parts of deserts are reforesting, or not reforesting, but they're getting trees now because of the CO2. And when you get a higher CO2, the plant life grows more, doesn't it? It's a lot better for plants.
Oh yeah.
I think that's what a lot of these climate activists like Extinction Rebellion, they just don't get is if we need more CO2 because we could grow more then.
Well, they understand that the general population can't think scientifically. It's the same with COVID-19. You know, it's just put out a boogeyman, scare everybody, and nobody will think straight. Nobody will ask the basic questions. Well, how come COVID-19 is less lethal than the flu? Why are we wearing masks? Why are we doing all this stuff?
Yeah.
You just keep repeating it, keep the fear element going, and everybody will do what you say.
Yeah.
Same with climate change. They want us in a perpetual state of fear age.
Yeah.
And they're doing
Good
a great.
evening, local.
Hello, HKs. Hello, Octai.
Hello.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. Is it okay?
It's Hawkeye. You can call me whatever you want, though.
Okay.
That's good.
Hello, live stream.
How's it going, man? You had a good day?
Yeah, not too bad, man. I was thinking, a lot of people have been messaging me, saying they heard this and that about London. What is Tommy Robinson supposed to be going?
Oh yeah. I heard it a couple of times now. Yeah.
And
It'd be a good demographic for him, I suppose.
and apparently the police are going to be really aggressive
Well,
because
if Tommy Robinson's going, everyone will go. The Muslims will go. The Christians will go. The right wing will go. Everyone
yeah,
will go. It'd be a shit show.
Because the media is gone, the mainstream media. I think that's a sign of chaos.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
For TV, you know, so it's going to be a mad one. Maybe it might even last till the late hours of the night, you know, like it has been for the last couple of nights. It's been going on till like 10 o'clock.
Mad, yeah. And then that will justify more rules and more policing powers.
I think this will all lead to Britain going into martial law.
Kind of already are, I suppose. In a way.
You know what? Yeah, but that proper have a police officer stand outside each of the houses.
I think you need some kind of a triggering event, like some kind of a big false flag for martial law.
So yeah, where are all of these terrorists? You would have thought it'd be a perfect time, I don't know, for them to attack all of these protests and stuff.
Well, fake cop getting killed, that would be a good way to get martial law introduced.
Or do you think the terrorists are scared of COVID-19? They're a bit wary. They believe the news or something, you know.
What you know? What I think. You know the new generation ahead of us. They ain't gonna see any protests in the new generation. I don't think, because they're too soft and they're easy to brainwash.
Yeah.
Yeah. So after maybe the next generation below me, that's probably the last generation that's gonna see any protests.
Yeah, it's true. Possibly. Yeah, mate.
Yeah. I think we're failing as a society. You know, we're letting the governments do what they plan on doing. You know, we're letting it happen.
It's pretty hard to stop it when, I mean, I don't know, you can kind of help yourself and get out and away from the system, but trying to get other people to do it as well, it's hard, you know, and especially trying to get enough people to overturn it all is even harder. Without the police infiltrating it and trying to stop it, you know.
Yeah. On
One.
Saturday, I'm gonna bring my megaphone down as well. If anyone wants to use it. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I'm not really
the last time.
yeah, and Danny Shine as well. He's 50-50 on whether he's going to be allowed to do the megaphoning.
Wow.
Whether he's going to be allowed to do it.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is he going to be allowed? You know what?
Is it like the decibels, the amount of sound? Is that what they're complaining about?
I have no idea.
Or they're just going to ban
I
megaphone?
haven't read the actual law yet, or whatever it's gone into place. The bill.
I know that they're gonna, instead of sending people to prison, they're gonna give a lot more people tags, and if you break the conditions of the tag, you get your sentence again. So they double it.
Oh yeah.
Crazy.
Was there something in this new bill that just came out about protesting?
Yeah, about protesting, travelers, prisons, how the police can basically each individual policeman, they can make a decision there and then if they believe it's a riot or it's a gathering. So they don't need to like ask their superior. They can just go and straight away and
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Basically, be aggressive with non-violent protesters.
Can you? Is this bill? Are you able to read this online? Has it been released?
yeah, it'll be on the gov website. But I can have a look for it actually.
Is it 5,000 pages?
Probably. Then you have that spy cops bill that came in a few months ago where the secret services can do what they like. Basically, they can kill you, detain you for as long as they like, and they can get away with it. It's like a 007 license, basically.
It's not good at all. One more nail in the screw.
Yes.
Yeah. So, what are you doing age case for the 20th?
I live down near Brighton, so I'll probably be there. I'm afraid. Yeah. A bit broke this month. So
Are you gonna restream someone else, mirror someone else's stream?
Yeah, I was thinking of maybe doing like 4 or 5 screens on it, you know, and then you'd
Oh,
see
okay, yeah,
where different people are in different places, you know.
yeah. Oh, that would be good.
Yeah,
Do like a voiceover sort of thing.
yeah. Well, no, I wouldn't talk, but just let the stream go. Where is that?
If something's happening on that camera, you zoom into that camera.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, it's got a list of the new things that are coming in. I forget now. 307 page police crime and sentencing bill. I suppose it keeps like murderers in prison longer. That is one of the good things about this new law, but that, yeah. So yeah, what time are you going? About 11, did you say, local?
Well, I'm gonna, because of everything that I'm hearing coming up closer to the day, I might get there as early as possible.
Yeah.
I might it says I'll live stream at 11 o'clock, but if it started at 10 o'clock, I'll start at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna have like a couple of bags of sandwiches and drinks on me and shit. Yeah.
Do you like have do you like have a notice on you that say you're part of the press or
No.
so how do they just probably a lot of them
What?
recognize you and notice you there
Who?
quite a lot. So the police. So
Oh,
do they obviously
maybe.
recognize that you're filming and you're not part of the protests? Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So they leave you alone.
yeah, I had one officer when I was at a protest once. As I was walking past him, he said, "Oi, you're local. I'm subscribed to you." An officer said this to me. I'm like, "Ah, that's good. Do you wanna give yourself a shout out on my live stream?" And he said, "Oh no, 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 no." So I just carried on walking.
Right.
So yeah, and then I went to another protest once, and I heard on the radio, they said to the sergeant, to the yellow, the guy wearing the yellow color, officer, the liaison, and whatever, not liaison, the fluorescence color, the yellow one. Yeah, on the radio it said, "Look to your left," and they looked to their left, and it was me standing there pointing the camera at 'em. Yeah.
That's mad.
Age in
Yeah.
the chat, Buddy Boy just posted what he says is an 8-minute video outlining the bill. It's probably nice.
Have a look at that. Oh yeah.
Because I think local should know if there is stuff about protests in this bill. Local and media and anybody else going should be aware, because that's how they get you. They introduce laws, they don't publicize it, and then they just nab you on the streets.
I think Owen was saying last night though it doesn't apply till Monday, but still that doesn't change their mentality and what they'll be like. They'll still do it.
Sure.
Yeah, just watch your guys back on Saturday. If you can't say hello to me because of the police presence, absolutely fine. Because I'm always I always go into the police. I'm not really scared to like shove the camera in their face, you know. So yeah, yeah, I'm usually next to the police.
They're probably used to it, and it's probably better like filming it next to the police than it is on the front line, because you're probably just gonna get like hit with a baton or stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When I go, I try when I interact with the police, I try and like make a video out of it so I can go to the live stream and cut it out later.
Yeah.
Do you ever chat up police? Make friends with them?
Once or twice, yeah. The good ones that I see that are good. It's mostly the women, the nice looking ones.
No, I couldn't date a copper. Couldn't do it.
Tips for protesters: chat up the nice looking police.
Yeah, you got to be respectful and
Yeah, no.
around policemen all the time, because The minute you go in there, guns are blazing, they don't like you straight away. That's it. They'll just arrest you. But if you're respectful with them, they'll treat you like that.
Yeah, no, I don't blame the person. Well, I actually blame them for joining. But I blame the government. Really, they're the reason why the police are the way the police are.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Because the commissioner of police will be, he'll have his nose up the butt of the government, and they take their direction from that.
The commissioner is the woman, right?
Caressa the dick.
Yeah.
And her dick will be right on Boris's Johnson.
Why is she a lesbian?
Yeah, and I think a transgender, but let's not get too far there.
She'll be a Freemason as well.
Order of the Eastern Star.
I asked a member of the Mason if I can join, only in return if I get 80 million, no less.
Should be 33 million. 33 million is what you're going for.
80 million is a good retirement fund.
Yeah, there is two orders of female Freemasonry in England. Anyway,
I learned the other day that the Irish or the Scottish one ain't as powerful as the English one.
the York. Yeah.
Yeah.
How would you know that though? Like, it's so secretive. How would you ever know that for sure?
Well, someone that is a member told me the other day.
Oh, I see. Okay.
He's not secretive about it.
Yeah, I think they can be quite open with certain things, but certain things it's like you have to earn it and be a part of the club, don't you, to get the knowledge.
Well, I have a friend. Sorry.
Go on.
Well, I have a friend who's a 32nd degree Freemason, and he's completely open with me about it. When I was studying it 5 years ago, I used to send him videos all the time, like 2 or 3 videos a day. And he wanted me to join, and he said, you probably know more than most Freemasons do already. Why don't you come and join us?
Yeah.
But I wonder how much.
You did check it out.
Well, no, I checked it out online. I've never gone to a lodge or anything like that. I don't really have any interest in joining. I wonder how much anybody below a 33 degree Freemason really does know, or if they're all kept in the dark. Like they do. I get the feeling they don't really understand what's going on until they've gotten into the upper leagues, like beyond 33 degrees, and maybe even into the Illuminati, if that's what really happens. They don't get really. Go ahead.
See, if I had a chance, if someone said, yeah, come join us, I wouldn't mind going for the day. I'll class it as a field day for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd go and have a look around the building, and have a look into it.
Yeah, see what they do,
I popped my head like in a door of the Freemasonry near me, but
oh yeah,
you can see. Yeah, it's a massive building. Like you can see, it's all black and white, and
see, you got to tell me
the door, basically.
If you know these locations in London, I'll go and check them out.
Oh, there's loads in the city of London.
Like I was asking you the other day about the the pathways, the secret pathways where the exits are, and I'll go and make a video where the exits are.
I've got a map somewhere of London. Or you just type in Freemasonry London and they'll all come up on like Google Maps.
Yeah, no, I try and not go onto Google search at all.
Ah, that's fair enough. But yeah, that would be a good video if you went to loads of like Freemason lodges. Where is it? City of London. I can't remember the map now.
So, I got a question about StreamYard. You know, everything that you're doing now, you can't do it using a phone, can you?
Not really. You can, but it's really hard, and you might end up like going off the page and stuff like that. How many Freemason lodges are there? There's 1,
Or is that City of London? Where's that?
2, 3.
That's
4.
Liverpool Street.
I can see 4 Freemason lodges, I think. 1, 2. One next to Mansion House. 1 at Liverpool Street. 1 at Grace Church.
This would be a good video, man.
But that's just the City of London. I bet there's loads in like London, the boroughs of London as well.
One in basically every town in the West, anyways.
There's I think there's 2 in my whole county. So
Like I live in a city of 150,000, and we have one. And it's not a secret, you know. They label it Freemason Lodge.
How many does North London have?
God knows. I bet there's in the 20-mile radius of like London. I bet there's 100 maybe.
Yeah, from where I live to central London is about 23 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big. Right. It's massive. And then you have the Rotary clubs and Jesuits, all different like religious sects, I suppose. Got to say, it's probably New York and London are the most diverse cities, I suppose. And Paris.
Where all the Mason shit started from England, didn't it? Oh.
Okay, Charles. See you in the lodge next week. Yeah. That's probably what it's like, you know. And they get all these big like building contracts and stuff. Make loads of money on. They'll get it like they'll get it put in legislation to build all these places, and then they'll get like a a grant from the government, loads of money, and then they'll put that money into like holding accounts, which will make them money all over. I don't know how long it takes a project to build, you know. That's Freemasonry, man. That's how they're doing it.
Fundamentally, it's all about making connections, business connections,
Yeah.
and it's disguised as a charitable exercise.
Yeah, I think they probably got to do charity to hide it all, I suppose. Good evening, Bert and Buddy. Just come in. Dahlia as well. And GL.
Like some of the charities are well known, like the Shriners, for example. That is a Freemasonic organization. The International Order of Foresters is also a Freemasonic organization.
The Shriners. I've never really heard of them.
You haven't heard of the Shriners? No?
Well, I've kind of heard of it, but I don't really know anything about it.
Oh, those are the ones that ride around. They're like old men with little Turkish caps, and they ride around on like little motorcycles at circuses and things.
Okay.
Oh, Google the Shriners sometimes. You need to know.
Yeah, well, Shriners. Put that on this.
And they do a lot of maybe it's not so big in England, but in Canada and the States, they'll do like telethons to raise money for sick children's hospitals and things like that.
That's what the Freemasons and the Rotary clubs do as well, basically.
Okay.
But then they're probably buying all the equipment off themselves anyway.
Sure.
Like Bill Gates, he what's he done in the last 10 years? He's given 12 billion, I think, and it's all gone to his own charities. So he's controlling where his charity's going.
Who's that? Bill Gates.
Yeah. Or he's just basically brought himself to the top table of the vaccine industry, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, Bill Gates runs a Ponzi scheme. He has the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and then he has the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Trust. The foundation is the one that gives out money. The trust is the one that takes in money and invests money in corporations like Monsanto. So he has huge holdings in major corporations, which actually makes money in stocks and bonds and all kinds of investments. And they let little bit out in investments, but they take in huge amounts of money through the back door. So he's not a philanthropist. He's actually a money maker. And of course, his net income has doubled in the last 10 years. That's just his own personal wealth. Certainly not a philanthropist. No, everything he does is to build his global empire of global health and to corner the vaccine market. Like everything to do with vaccines has Bill Gates' name all over it.
Yeah.
He is a eugenicist, and his plan is to bring the population of Earth down.
Instead of killing everybody, we should just do what Danny Shine says and just stop reproducing.
See, the point here is, do we need to reduce the population? There's so much evidence to say that we don't. The two major points of evidence, if you look at the world from the sky, look at the United States, for example, only 5% of the land in the United States is developed. So only the 5% has pavement on it. The rest is just open fields, grass. So there's plenty of room for people to live on the planet. The other is wealth distribution, poverty. Can we sustain people? And the answer to that is yeah, because only a tiny fraction, like 0.01% of the world, has basically over half of the world's wealth. So if you simply just turn that 0.1%, turn them over on their heels and shook out their pockets and redistributed the wealth, the calculations are that if you redistributed that wealth, everybody on earth could have a home and $100,000 a year income. That's how unequal our.
It's just growth, isn't it? They're just
But
it's continuous growth basically,
yeah,
and the big capitalists, the industrialists, they're getting the upper hand over the rest of us.
yeah, no, I was saying what Danny Shine was saying. Why doesn't Bill Gates instead of promote vaccines and shit like that, promote not reproducing, you know? That would be the easier way to
But he's got,
decrease the
how many kids
population.
has he got? I know he's got at least 5 kids. So he can't really.
And none of his kids are vaccinated, just as a point of record. Well,
He's got 3 children.
I don't know that for sure.
the reason is, I think, local is because they see the future, and the future is artificial intelligence and robots. They don't need our labor anymore, so they don't need us.
Is that what it is? Artificial intelligence.
And robots, yeah. They don't need human labor in the future.
Right.
And rather than decreasing population through decreasing birth control, or through controlling birth, they're sick, evil, Luciferian motherfuckers. They'd rather kill us. That's just, they're psychopaths. That's just how they are.
It's like it's like the Amazon, the new Amazon shop, where there's soon there's going to be no workers, nothing. So imagine every shop that you go to, there's no staff and just the computer. You know,
that's coming.
There won't be anyone going into those shops because there's no jobs.
Yep, that's what's coming.
So then, how are we gonna? How are we gonna buy stuff if no one's got a job and
This is it.
everything's automated? So that surely there must be a lot of new jobs coming.
No.
With these jobs, like engineers and mechanics, suppose.
No, age case. This is it. Their plan is to reduce the population, you know. So there is no new jobs or anything like that, you know. They're just gonna let us rot.
Yeah. But there must be a reason behind opening all these shops right now. Then.
Opening what shops, Age?
You know, like Amazon, the no staff shops.
Oh, well, I think, already Amazon have made over £50 billion, was it, since the lockdown?
Probably.
Yeah. So you have to think about that. You know, they don't need any shops to be making money. Now they got the shops. You know, imagine they open up a whole load of them, and everybody queues up in there because of all of this social distancing and the mask wearing. That's never going to go away now. The mask wearing, I don't think so. The masks are always going to stay.
Well, that is one thing I found peculiar, is why is Amazon even opening a shop when their whole raison d'etre, their whole claim to fame is online shopping.
Because they want to control us, I think someone interviewed Danny, and he was touching on some really touchy subjects, like Amazon can track you, in the shop. So they see what you like, they see what you're looking at, and they're going to advertise that to you all over your phone, and then they're going to control your lifestyle, and then the way you eat, and then they're going to and then they're going to control the food market, and yeah, you're not going to see a lot of the products that you see anymore in Tesco's.
Well,
And in everything.
one theory I had was that maybe Amazon owns or has patents on the technology that they're using in their shops, and by bringing it to a ground level, they're going to be forcing other shops to use that technology as well. So creating a chain reaction of getting
that's a good point.
Getting more and more shops to start using non-human technology, and thereby
Have you seen watch a video or something of the Amazon shop, and look how much technology there is on the roof, on the top of on the ceiling of the shop. That is some expensive equipment.
And you also have, like, with every sort of generation, they kind of want more convenience. They want it to be easier, Like my nan, she still walks fucking God knows how many miles to go shopping, and it's like my mom. It just as the generations go on, the convenience gets easier. So something like Amazon, that new Amazon shop, it's perfect for young kids. They're just going to be like, wow, it's amazing. I can just scan my wrist or my phone and I can get whatever I like.
But you
So
still
that's
get
another reason
charged.
why it's a good time right now to introduce the Amazon shop for the kids,
No,
the young.
I don't think so.
No?
No, I like to go shopping experiences. You go to a shop, you're looking for something, you need help, so you need to ask somebody. There won't be any more of that,
But I've noticed a lot of the younger generation, just like working with them, like I've had 17 and 18-year-old kids like working with me, they're quite nervous,
But
I suppose. They're not
but
as like my generation. We were quite, we'd go into a shop and we'd be noisy and we'd get what we want, but it seems like the next generation, they're quite timid and they're not.
yeah. But you have to remember, if all shops go staffless, then there's how many jobs we're gonna lose from
Right.
being a cashier and shit like that. Millions of jobs.
Yep. Well, you won't need a human to help you. You just go up to a screen and type in your question.
Yeah, there's that. Or Google it on your phone.
Yeah, exactly. Or just talk it up to the open air.
Yeah, but not when you're in a supermarket shopping.
Yeah.
I mean, how many of you could have imagined, just like, say, 5 years ago, that two English dudes and a Canadian dude would be on a live panel talking about, fully automated stores, forced vaccinations, track and trace, protest on Saturday against government lockdowns. Like, things are happening really fast.
Yeah.
Not English.
Turkish.
Turkishman.
Turkish. Oh, sorry. Okay. I thought you sound English.
Oh yeah, I was born in London, born and raised.
Have you been to Turkey?
I'm from a little island called Cyprus, like 20 miles south of Turkey.
Sure, okay. Obviously on the Turkish side of the island.
Yeah, yeah. No,
Isn't
not
it-
20 miles, like 60 miles, 80 miles.
Isn't it split into three, Turkey? Like you got the British side, the Turkish side, and the UN, or is it just two?
Cyprus. Yeah,
Yeah.
not Turkey, Cyprus. Yeah.
Yeah, Cyprus.
Yeah, yeah. I'm from the north side.
Yeah. And there's a UN base there, and a British.
Yeah. A British own like 8% of the country or something.
Yeah.
Because many years ago, the British, the king at the time, rented the country for 99 years.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And in a lot of the locations in Cyprus, you see the old letterboxes scattered everywhere, you know, in every corner.
All right. Yeah, I've never been
The
to
old,
Cyprus.
yeah.
Been to Malta. I think that's a little bit like Cyprus, Malta.
Mediterranean, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a must? Oh, you do have a mustache. I've seen you. Yeah, I was lucky in the 90s. I got to spend 4 days in Istanbul. What an amazing, magical place that was.
That's like, it's like the middle of load of like three different sort of societies. You've got Africa, Europe, and Asia. It's right in the middle, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I've always liked about Turkey. It's, you know, I've never been, so I don't know.
And the food is amazing. The women are amazing.
Greetings, brothers and
Oops, sorry. The women are amazing. The food's amazing. I was pretty much drunk the whole 4 days, so I don't remember all that much. But yeah, it's just like it's just a completely different place to any other place I've ever been.
I went to Magaluf in Spain. Oh man, that was crazy, man. Wow. I was drinking for 4 days and nights.
Magaluf.
Yeah, I don't remember much. We got off the plane. All I remember is we got off the plane and we went straight to the pub. We didn't even check in. We went straight to the pub. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll all be coming back again this year, probably, maybe. But yeah, fuck that. Even if you're allowed to go on holiday without a vaccine, you're still gonna have to like that. You know, they're gonna be moaning wherever you go to wear a mask in the Spanish heat. Because one of my friend's sisters, she said that you get fined if you're jogging and you've not got a mask on. Jogging, crazy. How can you jog with a mask on?
It's just not good for your health, man. Just ain't good for your health.
I think locals' phones probably burnt out.
He'll be back.
So yeah, this is where we need to target. If I was to command an army, I'd be like, right, this is where we're going, guys.
What do you mean?
If I was to command an army, I'd be like, this is where we're going, guys. City of London. We'll all meet at St. Paul's.
Yeah.
And we'll make our way through. Rah.
One lodge at a time?
Yeah, everything. And then give it to everyone like Robin Hood.
I'd come over for that. I'd even get a vaccine and come over for that.
That'd be fun.
I see Green still is in the chat. He's been away for a while. Our friend from Belfast.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Is there nobody else that wants to come up and chat with us? Get us back on track to the Illuminati.
Illuminati.
I remember the Illuminati.
Yeah, man. That was funny. All right. Oh, it's Discord. And they had related religions, which one of them was Pastafarianism. Have you ever heard of that? Yeah, it's a joke religion.
Sounds like a joke.
And then you got the Church of Subgenius. Fuck knows what that is. Thelma. But this was like their, fuck knows what you'd call it, philosophy, I suppose, the Discordian philosophy. They had the church, dogmas, conspiracies, and pranks.
Well, sounds like a lighthearted religion. Would you be interested in watching that 8-minute video that Buddy Boy posted on the What's in Your British Bill concerning the crime bill they're talking about?
Yeah, can do, yeah. Right, where is it?
Just have to scroll up a little bit.
I don't think we'll be able to talk. You'll only be able to hear the video.
I would like to know what's in the in that bill. It's up to you, though.
Yeah, just change the sound quick. No.
Your clocks haven't gone ahead yet, so it's only 7:20 over there. What's the weather like over there today?
At 8:20, I think it is. Yeah.
Oh, 8:20. Sorry, my mistake. Yeah.
It's been a little bit sunny today. Not much, really. All right, let me change this.
Yeah, the sun just came out here just as I was asking you about the weather. It's been gray and overcast for the last 4 or 5 days. And they brought back the cold weather.
Today regarding this new police bill, Mr. Johnson and his cronies are inevitably going to push through Parliament, right? So the name of this bill is called the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill, parts 3 and 4, and it also looks at section 14 of the Public Order Act 1986. So essentially, it's a reformative bill that's being passed to modify parts of the Public Order Act, which concerns policing powers in regards to people's rights to protest, right? So, I mean, whatever your political persuasion or like political gripe, you know what I mean? It should never be interfered with. So I'm going to try and, it might not be perfect, but I just want to try and get the message across to the viewers so they can fully understand the kind of connotations of what this bill. I've got the report in front of me. This was actually released on 12th of March. So this is just a brief summary. I'm going to go through it quickly. So part 3, clauses 54 to 60 of the bill would make major changes to the way protests are policed in England and Wales. So clauses 54 to 56 and 60 would amend police powers in the Public Order Act, as I said. So police can impose conditions on protests that are noisy enough to cause intimidation or harassment or serious unease, alarm, or distress by bystanders, right? So 57 to 58 would amend provisions in the Police Reform and Social Responsibility Act to expand the controlled area around Parliament where certain protest activities are prohibited. It would also add obstructing access to the parliamentary estate. So I think that's to do with kind of defacing monuments and whatnot. So clause 59, this is the one that I really want to, I'm going to go into in a bit more detail, right? So this would abolish the common law offence of public nuisance and replace it with a new statutory offence of intentionally or recklessly causing a public nuisance. So this in itself, this clause 59 in itself it's a very big deal. It's quite a kind of ambiguous thing, like who decides whether someone is intentionally or recklessly causing a public nuisance, right? So this is the one that I want to go into with a little bit more detail. Parts 3 and 4 are amongst the most controversial provisions of the bill. No shit, Sherlock. Her Majesty's Inspector of Constabulary Foreign Rescuers given their qualified support for them. All right, so I'm going to pick this back up and go through another bit. Okay, so the next part of this document is pretty interesting. It's paying a bit of attention to human rights. So it's basically explaining how, you know, the right to freedom of expression and assembly are fundamental aspects of a liberal democratic society. So they're kind of acknowledging this. They're acknowledging that a right to protest is, you know, a part of a person's human rights. It goes on to say a little bit about the Human Rights Act 1998 and the domestic effect to the European Court of Human Rights. It means that an individual can bring claims on the breaches of these rights. So again, it's kind of building up to something, right? So it's basically saying, yeah, like we're aware of these human rights, we acknowledge them, people can bring claims, and then it says, however, the police powers to restrict protests must therefore be exercised in a way that is proportionate to one of these aims in order to be compatible with the European Court of Human Rights. This includes a positive duty to protect those exercising their right to peacefully protest. So it's saying that, yeah, we know you've got these human rights, we acknowledge them, but regardless, we're still going to bring in this act, which is to a degree going to restrict those same rights. So interesting bit of legislation or legislative manipulation, I would call it. But anyway, moving on. Okay, so the next part of this briefing is just basically highlighting Section 14 of the Public Order Act 1986 and you know, what basis must be present for it to be used. So, for example, if they believe a protest is to result in a serious public disorder, serious damage to property, or serious disruption to the life or community, they have powers to issue this Section 14 order. However, during this time, the Metropolitan Police Service were found to be misusing it and instead using it to police individual XR gatherings and whatnot. So it goes on to say the Metropolitan Police use of Section 14 during the autumn uprising was found unlawful in the High Court. So essentially this bill is seeing some sort of reform to this act. So it's funny how it was found unlawful, yet despite that, they're actually being granted even more powers to use this act. So yeah, interesting. Okay, so perhaps the most controversial and the most concerning clause in this bill is clause 59, which is essentially abolishing the common law offence of public nuisance and replacing it with a new statutory offence of intentionally or recklessly causing public nuisance. So a person would commit the new offence if the person doesn't act or admits to an act that they are required to do by any enactment or rule of law. A person's act or omission causes serious harm to the public or a section of the public, or obstructs the public or section of the public in exercise or enjoyment of what may be exercised or enjoyed by the public at large, and the person intends that their act or omission will have a consequence mentioned in paragraph B or is reckless to whether it will have such a consequence, right? So there would be a defense of reasonable excuse for the act or omission concerned. The explanatory notes provide further details. The burden of proof is placed on the defendant as the facts as to whether they have a reasonable excuse will be within their knowledge. The prosecution will still need to have proved all the elements of the offence to the criminal standard of
Hi,
proof,
everybody.
including the serious harm
You
or
may all
obstruction that
remember
arises as a
one of
result
these
of the act. So they're
videos.
basically saying that they're going to need. So what it looks like to me is this is going to be a bit of legislation that will be used to arrest people, stop them protesting, charge them. But then when it does inevitably go to court, it will be very difficult to be proven, and hence it will be thrown out. So essentially, it's like a control mechanism. So they're going to be able to use the legislation to kind of stop people in the act of this supposed crime. But when it actually gets to the courts, look at it, there will need to be, like, it's going to be very difficult to actually prove. And it says the offence will be triable either way and will be subject to the maximum penalties. So look at this: 6 months imprisonment and or an unlimited fine on a summary conviction, and 10 years imprisonment. The government anticipates that the new statutory offence will cover the same conduct as the existing common law offence. The new statutory offence of public nuisance will cover the same conduct as the existing common law offence of public nuisance. The offence captures conduct which endangers the life, health, property, or comfort of the public, or to obstruct the public in the act. All right, I'm not going to go into this too much more. I'm just going to wrap this up quickly with what I think this is. Well, I've kind of already explained it, but you know what I think this is in response to. So in conclusion, I mean, I think that this is the government's preemptive response to those protesters that would have inevitably taken to the streets once COVID-19 vaccines have become the mandate. I think this is a control mechanism for when those events do occur or will occur. You know, this is how they want to go about preventing civil unrest and stopping people's right to protest. I don't know, like, I don't want to make this too political. You know, this isn't like a fact. This is just my opinion. This is what I think is the reason for why they want to pass this bill.
Yeah, that was it.
I don't know. Didn't really give me a lot more info, but
Yeah. It just seems like they're making the trap bigger so that they can get more people into courts and into. It's more of a moneymaker, I suppose.
that's true. Anytime it goes to court, money is made. The court always benefits.
And stopping people protesting over the next few years as well.
And giving people reason to be afraid to protest, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Shifty buggers.
Crazy. Do they do that in Canada, just change laws really quickly, or is it usually a long process?
Maybe they do. Maybe there's a reason they delayed that legislation from coming into effect until Monday. Maybe they've got something planned for Saturday, a false flag of some kind.
Maybe.
Just get the nation all skittish, and then they'll start promoting the new legislation, getting people afraid to go to protests.
Maybe they're trying to get all the new laws done in the winter and spring as well, because they don't want it in the summer when everyone's going out. Because that's going to be a problem when all these people have had their vaccines and they're all getting back to life. There's still going to be people protesting about it all. So they've got to try and find a way to hide the mainstream media from that, I suppose.
Yeah.
cover their tracks.
Man, these people are duplicitous, evil buggers. You got to remember what's generating all this: a fake virus or a greatly hyped virus. That's the key.
That's the smoke screen, I think, to many things.
It almost angers up the blood, doesn't it?
I don't know. You kind of have to not let it. It's hard, but
Yeah, I have to admit I don't really get angry anymore. It's been a year now. I think I had a few angry stages, mostly in July when the mask mandates came out here. That's when I got really pissed off. But it's all just kind of subsided into a comfortable numbness, or an uncomfortable numbness, I would say.
I think when they said everyone's got to be off for 2 weeks, I was like, okay, that's fine. I'll do it. And then when they said we're going to be off for another 3 months, that's when I kind of lost my shit and got angry. And then, yeah, it was too late by then. There's nothing you could do.
And I was reading in the chat that there's a new variant from the Philippines.
Yeah, they'd be everywhere. A new one for Easter, and then that means lockdown at Easter.
Yeah, pretty soon there'll be a new variant for, Yorkshire, Ontario, a New Jersey variant.
Someone said today that that woman who got murdered apparently by the police, I forget her name, but
Sarah.
a friend online, he said she died of COVID-19.
Well, if she had a COVID-19 test in the last month and it was positive, then she did, but just by the legal definition.
Yeah.
Or if they do one at autopsy, then yeah, by the legal definition.
I think it's going through court today, actually. Today was the first day. It's already in court.
Yeah. Are they going to be making him wear a football helmet?
Oh, they'll cover him up. Does anyone know his name or?
Oh, I just heard it today and I've forgotten already. I'm trying not to pay too much attention to the details because I don't believe any of it. Yeah, Bert Brickstow points out that Marvin Hagler died after having the vaccine.
Oh yeah, I saw that. At 66. But his family say they don't think it's the vaccine.
Of course, you're never going to have anybody in the media say we suspect the vaccine.
But there was a guy, I forget his name, something Hearn. Hearn, he's like a big boxing promoter. A couple of days before he went into hospital, he did a tweet saying, "We hope Marvin Hagler comes out of hospital having the vax. We hope he's all right and he recovers." And then he died 4 days later. So, yeah.
Have you had a chance to look at the VAERS data yet?
Yeah. I look at that every now and then.
So you've looked at the UK one. I think it's up to 450 deaths from COVID-19 vaccines.
Yeah. I can't remember what it was. I've got it somewhere.
Yeah,
480 or something.
Yeah. It's staggering. It's staggering. Like in any normal circumstance, a vaccine having that number of deaths in a year would be pulled. Well, it's less than a year. It would be pulled from the market by now. I last looked at the American data about a month ago, and it was 2,300 deaths. I imagine it's probably close to 3,000 now.
Wow.
And that's just deaths. That's just deaths. The side effects are staggering. Like it's pages and pages and pages of them. And some of them are, like transverse myelitis or these deep, deep, deep neurological conditions that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. Like they're horrific side effects.
Wow.
Yeah, good link there. Thanks for that. Everybody should take a look at that link that HCase just posted.
Does I forget his name, Uric, does he still do like?
I don't know. I haven't gone to his channel in a long time. The last time I looked was maybe a month ago, and he hadn't posted in 2 weeks. I don't know if he's gone silent or not. Maybe he's gone dark. Maybe the Dutch secret police got to him.
Yeah.
But that VAERS data, it's not easy to navigate.
Oh, they don't make it.
They don't make it easy,
The same with the NHS data. It's really hard to, and you have to interpret it how they have set it out, and it's quite hard. Where is it? Data. No. I can't remember. It's pretty easy.
Greg just posted a 5.5 hour long video. Do you want to watch that?
Who's that?
Bright just posted a 5.5 hour long video. If you want to watch it.
What's that? Win time. It's someone's live stream.
Oh, it is too.
And the first message, it says, I removed Bright's messages. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, Bright. Nah. Was it last night Owen did a live stream? It was, wasn't it? I'm losing days.
Yeah, it was.
One long day.
No, I know. Everything is, it's just one long day.
It's a Wednesday.
Yeah, it was last night Owen did his live stream.
That guy that was on there, he was pretty cool. Red, something red. I forget his name.
Red Golden Child?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, he just came from nowhere and yeah. It's cool. Oh yeah, Body Boy's in a party, having a party. I like the lighting, Body Boy. That's cool, man. Shall I play it? If you want, I'll play it quick. Oh shit. Come on. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of parties at home.
Is that Buddy Boy on acid?
I doubt he's on acid. Probably. Ooh, the party shed. Body Boys at the party shed. That's it, man. So yeah, what's everyone's thoughts on the Illuminati then in the chat? I want to hear, because I just think it's a distraction, I suppose. And then people like Jay-Z and all that, they use it as some, I don't know what they use. They use it as some like ritualistic, like they use it for a reason. Yeah, it's weird. I don't really look into the symbolism of Jay-Z and, you know, like the pop stars and stuff.
Well, all I know, Age, is that the 666s, you know, the OK sign, is everywhere.
Yeah.
The 666s over the right eye is everywhere. The holding of the hand over the right eye is everywhere.
Or 33.
The 33s are everywhere. The upside down pyramids with the hands are everywhere. Look at Donald Trump. These signs, symbols, and numbers are there for a reason, and they're flashed in front of our eyes all day long. It would make sense that there is some kind of a controlling structure run by a secret society, and that they control media, banking, government, all the major institutions. It just makes sense from
Yeah, I
every.
definitely think there is that, but I get the feeling that the Illuminati is like their trick. You know, it's their way of you know, look over here kind of thing.
Okay.
Because they've made films out of it, you know, with what's the one with Tom Hanks in it? Darren Brown. Forget what it's called.
Yeah, well, I can't think of the name either right now.
And like you've said, they're just sort of rubbing it in our faces in a way. The Illuminati is one way of rubbing it in our faces, I suppose. Da Vinci Code, that's the one.
Yeah, and I actually reread the book last year, and it's a brilliant book.
Yeah, I watched that years ago. Inferno, that's another one. There's a few good films that kind of talk about the Illuminati, but not in so many words.
Did you ever see the Jim Carrey movie, The Number 23?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. It didn't go as far as I thought it could have or should have, really.
Yeah, that's a Discordian number, the 23. They always used to use that.
23 is also another way of writing 33. 2 3s, 33.
Yeah. Oh, man, where is it?
And do you follow gematria at all, or Zachary K. Hubbard in the States?
I've had a look into it a little bit, but not too much, really. Yeah. It's something that is quite new the last sort of 2 or 3 years. For me, anyway.
I'll put his channel in the chat for anybody who's interested. It's pretty eye-opening.
Is that like the same Hubbard family that set up Scientology?
L. Ron Hubbard? No, people tag him with that, but no, he claimed not to be related at all. Or Old Mother Hubbard.
L. Ron Hubbard.
But I mean, he just goes through the news and sports and just shows you time and time again how news stories are just coated with the same numbers over and over and over again. And the patterns are undeniable. And the conclusion is that just like this Sarah Everhart story, The news stories are just made up, just completely made up. And sports are rigged.
Yeah, definitely the top level sports.
And when you come armed with that knowledge, you can actually start looking at sports tapes and seeing how they do throw games and how athletes are trained to miss tackles in football or to, intentionally let a receiver go by or just not get the quarterback when you should have got the quarterback. Or in football, the goalkeeper just, just doesn't quite get to the ball on time intentionally to make the score, 3-3.
Yeah, a number of people have been done for match fixing as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think in games like basketball, hockey, and ice hockey, you can easily manipulate the ball or the puck.
Exactly. And he's even showed footage where they'll shoot a 3-pointer and it looks like the ball's going wide of the net and then it just curves so nicely back towards the net and in, raising speculation of whether they're using like magnets or some kind of a force field around the net.
Possible. And it's such high stakes, isn't it, in the top level of sport.
So Bert asked me in the comments that if the Everhard case is made up, then who is in the corpse? Bert, there's no corpse. Nobody died. Nobody got injured. It's a made-up story. Everything comes to you through the mainstream media. The pictures, any witnesses, anybody who speaks on camera, they're all actors. Nobody's real. The cops who are speaking are set up. The whole thing's staged. Why do people have such a hard time with that? I don't understand.
Or it was real, but they've used it on a certain day at a certain time.
I mean, I'm not dismissing the possibility that it was real as well, and that they've just changed the dates and the people's names and their ages. That's also possible too. The thing has, for me, it seems more logical that since they control the media, why not just make it up? I mean, they can say Sarah Everhard attended this school, went to this church, did this, did that, whatever. So somebody's going to say, well, then somebody at her school or at her church is going to say, well, we don't know any Sarah Everhard. Well, exactly, because she never went there. But who's going to find that out? Like there could be a whole church or a whole school full of people who say, we never knew Sarah Everhard. She never went here. But it's not going to come out because the media controls the narrative. It's not like some reporter's going to go to a church and come out with a story saying, well, Sarah Everhard never went to this school or this church, because the media controls the message. It's not real journalism. The media has always been pumping out fake stories since time began. That's just the way they work. Did you ever study the Boston Marathon bombing or Sandy Hook?
The Boston one a little bit, yeah. Not really the Sandy Hook one.
Okay. Well, the Sandy Hook one was pretty obvious. I mean, one of the parents of the so-called victims was also caught coming out from behind a police car, putting on a military helmet, dressed in full camo gear, and carrying a rifle. So he was playing multiple roles as a crisis actor that day. The Boston Marathon bombing was obviously a staged event. I mean, just from start to finish, fake
Would
bomb.
that be to bring in new laws? Do you think?
It doesn't necessarily have to be, but it would. I mean, Massachusetts, I think, is one state in the U.S. and it's continually ongoing, where they're tightening gun laws and trying to take guns back from the people. It's an ongoing battle in the United States, and I think Massachusetts was one of the first ones. But it's also psychological terror. You know, it's just to keep the it's just to keep the masses on edge, you know, and to keep this ongoing war on the invisible enemy known as terrorists, to keep that war going. And that started with 9/11, basically, right?
Yeah.
So every once, or even before, and every once in a while, they just have to re-emphasize it. Oh, there's the terrorist boogeyman out there. Everybody have to be vigilant, and we'll pass whatever laws we need to deal with that. But unfortunately, people watch TV and they believe this stuff, and they won't listen to people like you and me, Edge. If it's on TV, it must be real.
It's just what's his name? George Floyd all over again. You know, that the weekend after George Floyd, I think there was like 20 black people got killed by the police over the whole of America.
Right.
So, but they concentrated on that one murder.
Sure.
You know.
Which
I think it was on the Jason Goodman show with that other what's he called? I forget his name. But they were basically going into it, and they were saying it's the BBC, Serco, and AP. They can basically get their narrative around the world within an hour.
Yep.
And AP is the one that controls most of it in America.
AP.
And obviously, the BBC is the one in the UK.
Actually, the real one to look out for is Reuters. Reuters is the big international distribution.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's owned by the Rothschilds, isn't it? Reuters and AP.
Well, here's the twist. It used to be owned by the Rothschilds. It's now owned by the Thompson family of Canada, the wealthiest family in Canada. So, you know, you ask yourself if the news is controlled. Just look at Reuters, owned by one family in Canada.
Yeah.
Do you really expect them to give you the truth, Bert? Bert says no offense, Hawkeye, but I think that you see deception when there is none. Well, Bert, why do you think Sarah Everhart is a real person who really died? Like, why would you not tend to see the deception first, considering all the 33s in the story and what you've come to understand about Freemasonry and just
I think she could be real, to be honest with you, but who knows? It's just the fact that they've used this story at this time is, yeah.
The whole thing is suspicious from the word
Yeah.
from March 3rd and her age 33. As soon as you see the 33s, you have to be suspicious. But maybe Bert hasn't done the research then. And the cover-up is not difficult to maintain because the media controls the message. They control everything. Things don't leak out, Bert. They just don't.
Yeah, going back to that Jason Goodman show when he was going on about what Serco, BBC, and Reuters AP can do is they have this software that if, say, you or me are filming something, I'm filming something in near London, and you're filming something in Toronto. So let's say we film a murder going on straight away, and it's being live streamed. The BBC and AP and stuff, they'll latch onto it straight away, and then then they can make their narrative from that. And they'll have teams already waiting, like from psychological teams, ready to bombard social media with. I don't know. They put conspiracy theories out. They'll put truths out. They'll put half truths out, and just create the narrative that way. And then you get all of the screaming women coming down to the park the next day, angry because social media has created that anger. And that's if she's real or not. But
Who is it? Is it Jason Goodman? Is it David Hawkins who?
That's the one, David Hawkins.
Yeah. So he has some. Jason Goodman has some great guests, and then he's got people like Charles Ortel, who's really mediocre, just a big fat blabbermouth. I remember Charles Ortel was on saying, I don't know about 9/11. I think it was basically the way that we were told it was happening, and I don't know about COVID-19. I think it might be real. So I wrote a comment in the section about Charles Ortel. It wasn't very favorable, and Jason Goodman told me to fuck off on air. He read my name and I said, Anaka, you can fuck off. And Charles Ortel asked him what it was, and he said, oh, Hawkeye doesn't think you know anything about 9/11. And he told me to get lost.
It's because he didn't want to rock the boat. It doesn't, does he, really?
He's very protective of his guests and his viewership. Yeah. So Bert asked me if the media controls the coroner or the judicial process. The Freemasons do, Bert. The Freemasons do. The whole thing is rigged.
I suppose it's always good to explore and have a look into, because they're never going to, give us the real truth, are they? I suppose they're going to protect that girl, if she's real, and her family. Because I know there has been people, I don't know if it was the Sandy Hook. There was one guy, he could be an actor though, but he's basically said, my son did actually die in the thing, blah, blah, blah. And he's had to move houses because people keep trying to send him death threats and loads of things like that. But you never know if they're actors as well. So it's hard to pinpoint.
You really don't. And it's like you said about Serco and controlling the narrative on social media and, giving us half-truths and driving conspiracies and confusing the conspiracy community. It's all psychological warfare, Edge. And they're very good at it.
And they've made sure that it gets around Facebook and stuff, because that's where all the Karens are and the screaming women.
Yeah, exactly. The Karens.
I'll play that video from Hey Cuckoo in a minute, where everyone's telling him to get away, like, shut up. It's crazy. Where is it? me change my sound again.
I'll be right back, H.
Between men and women. It is a conflict between all of us and the state apparatus, which has imposed a dictatorship over all of us. And the police and the courts banned us from protesting against the police murderer. And how might he able to murder Sarah? How and why? It was because he pulled her over in the name of coronavirus legislation. We must be free to move, to visit friends, to be on the streets, and to protect ourselves and others. This is not, as the television can say, a conflict between men and women. It is a conflict between all of us and the state apparatus, which has imposed dictatorship over all of us. Thank you very much. I've said my point of view. What are the police doing? These are the guys we need to ask what they've been doing. Why aren't you on your knees? Why aren't you on your knees about your officers arresting, attacking, violently and brutally attacking women all over the country, men all over the country in the name of Corona? Look me in the eyes and tell me you have not broken the rules. Look me in the eyes and tell me you have not broken the rules. Because if you tell me you haven't, you're a liar. They're all lying. They're trying to make us all into liars. Every one of you has broken the rules. Sarah was breaking the rules that night. She was right to be bold, to take to the streets, to be honest, and to fight for all of our rights to freedom. The skulls who attacked the speaker's corner, dragged him away, and then I believe he was sectioned after that. Another man in Scotland you brutalised. Thank you. Don't touch. I'm not. Do not touch. Do not touch. Thank you very much. People brutalised everyone. Sorry. I'm glad you're here breaking the rules. Come on. Even if you disagree with me, I don't care. Good. And it's their place, is it? Is it their place? Is this their place? Is this their place? Is this their place? Is this their place? Look, why aren't they on their knees? Come on, why aren't they on their knees? Why are the police not on their knees? They murdered one of their number murdered. Not me. I'm defending everyone. One of their number murdered in the name of coronavirus. Excuse me, madam. What are you doing on the street? What are you doing on the street? Get into the car. I've got a gun.
take her, murder her, rape her, burn her body, and then they want to arrest me. Leave me alone. 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 You thugs. Bloody thugs. Thugs.
The man's entitled to speak.
I've been speaking to Speakers Corner 34 years. They've closed Hyde Park. They've stopped their right to speak. They wanted to stop all of you from coming here. They said it was illegal, but you've come anyway. If you agree with me or you disagree with me, good. Disagree with me. Speak up. Defend your rights. Give your views. Don't let them shit on you. These bastards. I'm fucking off. And I'm glad you're here to tell me that, because you're breaking the rules like I am.
Oh, they smashed me fucking.
Ridiculous imposition of control over everybody's movements. Fuck that. You haven't socially distanced from day one. Coppers. What are you talking about? I'm glad he is ashamed of the murder. But is he ashamed of what he's doing now? About trying to stop us from protesting the murder? The public health emergency is that you, one in your number, murdered a young woman and walking down the street here. And it's not safe for women to walk down the street. That's the public health emergency. We're here to protest. No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice!
I think the only thing they should be yelling is 33. 33.
Yeah. See, that was just no, it's crazy. He hijacked it for his own, well, you know. I mean, my feelings are probably the same as Haiku's, but I wouldn't go in the middle of like 5,000, 10,000 women and start talking about the coronavirus. It's just, it's going to cause problems, isn't it?
I'm beginning to think he's an actor. An actor.
He's more of a disruptor, a Marxist, isn't he? So communism, that's what he wants. Yeah, that's true, Rum. It seemed like he was just looking for, you know, getting in the newspaper again. Could be that.
Yeah, an agent provocateur. So sounds about right. Vegan realists have flooded into the chat now.
Sorry, what's that again?
Looks like people from Jamie's Vegan Realists site have come on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
welcome, everybody.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome.
The link is pinned up at the top if you want to come on.
Please come on. We've had an engaging talk about the Illuminati, and now we're ready to chat about it.
Chicks had him sussed out. Yeah, I think it was the wrong place and wrong time to start protesting about the corona.
Is that?
What's that?
I didn't quite. Okay, well, maybe you can explain it to me because I didn't fully understand the dynamics of what was going on there. They were there as was that part of the vigil protest, or not the protest, but the vigil for Sarah Everhart?
Yeah, that was the vigil where they lay flowers and candles and pray, and
So
he's
this,
basically just gone in the middle of the bandstand and started shouting,
and he was talking about lockdowns and losing rights to coronavirus,
Yeah.
and they were telling him to shut up.
Yeah, they were basically telling him to go away, shut up.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
Yeah.
I missed that. Okay. All right.
I mean, I think it's the wrong place to do it, and it's going to cause problems, isn't it? And that's why it was all over the newspaper. And then, that will create a narrative. Oh, we've got to stop these anti-vaxxers and anti-lockdowners from protesting because Sarah Everard.
Because they're upsetting people.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, I get it now. See,
That's what I think Heiku was there to do, or he was hijacking it for his own purpose, which is shit as well.
Because somebody in the comments said he obviously believes that Sarah Everhart died, so I was confused there. So we don't know his stance on Sarah Everhart, or do we?
I think he obviously thinks she's real, because I don't know.
Okay. So I think he could be a plant. He could be part of the police for all we know.
Yeah. Or just part of more so intelligence, because he was a big part of the Marxist League in the 90s. And they kicked him out because he revealed quite a few things he shouldn't have revealed. So, yeah. So he could have been infiltrating it then, or I don't know.
Okay. So there's very little reason to trust this man.
No. He's either a Marxist and just looking to disrupt, or he's works for the government. It's one of the two.
There's a lot of psychological manipulation going on here.
Yeah, exactly. He's a radical Marxist. He's disrupting society and suppose the conservative way of life, or what the conservatives are doing, because he's very much in with Piers Corbyn and yeah. There is that as well. Oh no,
It looked like for a second. It looked for just a split second there that they were going to arrest him. Is that what the impression you got?
Yeah, I think there was or they gave him the choice of walk away and out the park now, and he kind of did.
Or were they just breaking his phone?
And yeah, they broke his phone on the way. Yeah, I remember it was Heiku Ku who I wouldn't have known about Extinction Rebellion without Heikuku, so he got me onto that, I suppose, because he was one of the first, and it kind of got viral as well. He was just saying how they haven't really got any solutions, or it's just a left-wing organization set up just so people can think that they're doing something for the environment, but they're not really. It's just a lobbyist group, an environmental lobbyist group. That's all Extinction Rebellion are.
Buddy Boy is saying that Heiko used to be all COVID is a hoax. Now he's saying that COVID is real. Is that true?
I don't know. God knows.
Well, if his COVID is real, then that's pretty much it for me. But if he's just Sarah Everhart is real, then that's pretty much it for me too.
Some things I can listen to him for. He's got good points on certain things.
Yeah, Donald Trump had some good points on some things too.
Yeah. Same sort of thing, yeah.
You really have to look at the messenger nowadays and look at the entire package.
The Marxist tendency, that's the one.
What's this? What's this then? Raincoat optimism?
Raincoat optimism. Words of wisdom from an armchair Labour supporter.
What then?
An international Trotskyist movement whose chief intellectuals are Alan Woods and Lal Khan. When was that then? 2010. Yeah, so he's here, there, and everywhere. Yeah, man. Crazy.
So when you looked at the VAERS data and you saw 400 odd deaths, what was your original thought?
My original thought is they could be because of the vaccine. They might not be. I don't know. You don't really know because it's hard.
My thought on the VAERS is that it's the best data that we have because it's actual doctors going out of their way, and doctors tend to be pretty busy, as you know, and they tend not to do things that they don't have to do. And so it's a completely voluntary system. And they tend to need good evidence in order to go out of their way to do something that they don't have to do. So my belief is that they would need to have vaccinated somebody, and then within hours or maybe a day, that patient would have had to die or to have some horrible side effect like we see on the VAERS data. So my belief is that these are actual deaths being reported by physicians to the government. And I think the other key to understanding the VAERS data is the fact that the mainstream media isn't reporting it. Like, when have you heard a headline in Britain that said 400 odd people being reported as dead following the COVID-19 vaccine? I think that's a critical piece of the puzzle. Or 2,300 dead in the United States after receiving the COVID-19 vaccine. I mean, that's really, really quite staggering, in my opinion.
I mean, even if it was like 10, that's still enough for me. But the fact that it's 400 out of, I don't know, 10 million, it's still quite a lot.
It is. And especially when you consider, like from everything I've researched about VAERS, most doctors haven't even heard of the VAERS reporting system.
No, I bet they haven't.
And so, according to epidemiologists and researchers, they don't, when they're doing research, they estimate that the VAERS reporting system is underreported by 100 to 1. So, you can take that 400 and make it 40,000 just by what the experts said. Or that 2,300 in the States and make it 230,000. That's significant. And then there's things that could come in the future, such as sterility. I mean, if these vaccines actually have the ability to cause your cells to produce new proteins that your cells have never produced before, then why can they not shut down your reproductive system?
At a later date.
At a later date, yeah. Or even today, and you just won't pick it up until, months, years from now.
Yeah.
But the key is that these vaccines are still in clinical trials. The clinical trials were meant to last for 2 years. They're really only in, it's March now. I was researching them back in last September, October. So they're probably still only in like 6 months of clinical trials. And so they're still in experimental trials. And now they're being given out in the millions without proper instructions to patients. Patients aren't being told that this is still an experimental vaccine, and here's a list of the potential side effects that you might get, because the list of side effects would take hours to fully document to a patient. Did you see the Vernon Coleman piece when he broke down and cried?
Was that a couple of weeks ago? I watched a bit of the video, but I didn't see the bit where he cried. No.
Yeah, that was at the very end. He actually swore. He told them to fuck off, whoever the establishment are. And yeah, he was really upset. He basically said that anybody giving an experimental vaccine to a patient without fully informed consent is guilty of war crimes. And I have to agree with him on that. This is unprecedented in the history of medicine.
Breaks the Nuremberg Code, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Something ain't right. Something just ain't right.
Yeah. And even if they are safe, it's more about the fact that they're just forcing it on everyone, and it's going to be every year as well.
Yeah.
For something that, it's what, 99.7% survival rate. So
it's actually 99.94% survival rate.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it for ages, but yeah, it's so low.
That's if you get it, Age. That's if you.
No, that's what I mean. That's if you get it.
If you get it, most people won't get it. So why are we vaccinating everybody? It's none of it makes any sense. It's so confoundingly insane. But that's the power of media, you know. You just
big pharma.
You just have to put a little bit of fear into people and just keep repeating the message that deaths cases and it won't be over till there's a vaccine and everybody's vaccinated. Just keep repeating that, and you can get people to wear masks. You can get people to go out of their way to go off the sidewalk and walk 6 feet away from me. You know, it's just insane how this works.
Yeah. It's crazy. But you're gonna come up.
Who's coming up?
I was gonna say, Bert, come up. Oh, where is Miss Jones? She's not in the house. Richie, you there?
Yeah, come on up. Oh, he was, but he's not anymore. Hello, Jamie. You want to come up?
Yeah, well, Jamie. I was gonna do it for 4 hours. I think we're nearly at 3 hours now. Oh my god, yeah, nearly 3 hours. Wow, it's gone quick. Yeah, I got one more. I got one little video here.
Has it really been 3 hours? Oh my gosh! Wow.
Yeah. I'll play a quick video. Share.
Or Rum, you could come up. Yeah, the media doesn't talk about, like Weird Creature said, about, you know, wasting food.
What about Principia Discordia?
How did that come to be? How what forces in the world brought that about?
Excuse me.
How's it changed your life?
Well, a young friend of mine and I, back in, well, I say young, he was just a couple of years younger than I was, back in the 50s, were sitting around in a bowling alley in 1958, to be exact, somewhere in the vicinity of Whittier, California. And we were discussing philosophy, and we were talking about order and chaos. And my theory was a Darwinistic theory that order emerged from chaos and was in fact simply the prevailing form of chaos. And Greg's theory was that order was projected on the universe, that it didn't exist at all, that it was a creation of the human mind, that order was entirely in perception and had nothing to do with what was going on out there in a completely chaotic universe. And so somewhere in the middle of our argument, Greg happened to mention that there was a Greek goddess of chaos and confusion, and her name was Eris, spelled E-R-I-S. And I said, well, you know, what we need is not so much an explanation for order. We both agree to that. What the world needs is an explanation for chaos and why there's so much of it. And so there, at that point, we decided to start a religion worshiping the Greek goddess of chaos and confusion, who the Romans called Discordia, and thus Discordianism was born.
I've been curious about, did Robert Anton Wilson and them approach you about the ideas about using this in their Illuminati trilogy?
Well, what happened was Wilson wrote me before he ever got around to, the Illuminati trilogy was even a glimmer in his eye, and he said that very early in our relationship that one of the things that we needed were God models that were appropriate to anarchism. And he had written some stuff about Taoism and about the spirit of the valley, the eternal female, and about Shang dynasty, matriism, and so on and so forth. And so I suggested to him Eris Discordia and then told him about the Discordian Society, and he was just enormously enthused about it, plunged into it, got very active in it, and is responsible for a lot of our creeds and dogmas and so on and so forth.
Discordia, the Roman goddess of chaos.
Evening.
Evening, James.
Thank you for letting me on.
That's all good. It's all good. Yeah, that was the Discordians, like the guy who set it up. And yeah, what their aim was to, I don't know, just spread confusing messages. It's a bit weird. I wonder what, that's probably why they call Discord. Maybe it's something to do with that, or I don't know. Strange. You had a good day though, Jamie?
Yeah, not too bad. Just same old, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just like, what do you think? Because I've heard a lot about this thing called immune escape or something. Have you heard anything about
that? Say that again. Immune
escape.
Immune escape.
Yeah, like you know how like you've got, because of use of antibiotics, that it's now created antibiotic resistant strains. And that's the problem with the overuse of antibiotics. So what some are saying is that, you know, this vaccine rollout, there ain't even a vaccine if you're using the Pfizer one at least, it's gene therapy, but it's some say that it could actually cause that. This is why we've got all these new variants popping up. What do you think about that?
Do you mean like is it when I don't know, you've taken so many flu jabs and vaccines that your body's unable to like respond to sort of infections?
Well, it's because because the strain has adapted to escape immunity. Okay. So it's no longer immune to that strain because it's because it's a new strain going around. But I'm just wondering, because like if we'd have not bothered with it, we could have reached herd immunity.
Possibly.
Yeah.
See, I think a lot of what the governments are doing is they are, instead of it, what they're doing is calling it strains, but what it actually is, it's just
no, it's not really a new strain.
Case. So yeah, create strains or call them strains.
But a variant
in Hong Kong discovered, a strain, or someone in South Africa discovered one. So it's just playing into the propaganda.
Well, it's not even a variant is different from a strain. A variant is just slightly different, but a strain is like something totally different.
That's like mutated, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a totally new disease by their definitions. So when you hear anything about new variant, I mean, if you'd think if it still works on the vaccines, then if the vaccine still works on that variant, that wouldn't your natural immunity also still work on that new variant?
Possible, yeah. It's just so many like scenarios that could happen,
Yeah.
So many scenarios that can happen.
I don't know if I believe any of these strains at all. I just call me a skeptic.
So you think so? So I was told by Freedom Awaits that. So you think that it does actually exist then, as age case?
What's that?
The Freedom Awaits. You were saying that you were saying that it does exist. That COVID.
Well, the SARS-CoV-2 does, yeah.
Yeah, because those are the people saying it's a total hoax.
Yeah, they probably do.
So I mean,
and then they're basing it on stuff like Koch's postulates, which they haven't even
Yeah.
used in like 50 years.
yeah, I've heard they don't. They use them on bacteria.
Yeah.
So how do you think it sort of came about then? Do you think it's like natural or what? Like what?
Well, they could like Bill Gates, people like that, British, Canadian, Americans, French. They can just put money into, you know, studying all these coronaviruses and bats. And
Yeah.
then you can build up, you know, you can build up a vaccine empire around this study, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, I'd say 25, 30 years in the making. They've been.
So you think it's something like from a science lab or something like?
Do you think capitalism, which is what you're talking about, is basically taking over the reins of wanting to look after the population?
Sorry, say that again.
All right, Jamie.
Can you get out? Can you get out the water? You sound like you're underwater.
Do I?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got way up, Jamie. Sorry. I've got my headphones on now. Switch my headphones off.
I forget the guy's name, but there's a Canadian scientist. He got arrested. Let me find his name.
So I've heard there's this thing called gain of function, which is like
where you're forcing it
they
to
can
adapt.
like manipulate viruses and stuff.
Yeah.
In a lab.
Yeah.
So I think they do have some technology to do that.
Gain of function is when they find a virus or a bacteria in nature and they intentionally try to make it infect human cells.
Yeah.
And the defense of this practice is that they say they have to do it in order to create a vaccine in case the virus or bacteria naturally becomes infectious to human beings.
So what you're saying is they could just use some virus that's in our bodies that's benign and then activate it.
Well, yeah, it could be benign within our bodies, but typically it's like the bat theory in China. And this is coming from Judy Mikovits, who believes that the bat theory of the Wuhan virus was actually studied in Fort Detrick, Maryland, Winnipeg, Canada, and Wuhan, China. And they were doing the gain of function research on the bat virus in order to make it infectious to human beings so they could create a vaccine for it.
Yeah. I've got it back to 99. They've been working it on these. It probably goes back further though.
Well, the thing is with the UN, they'll say like there's no evidence that it's been manipulated or something. But well, you'd think that if they have some technology, they're not going to make it obvious that it's been manipulated.
No. And you can manipulate things within nature as well.
Yeah. So you could take something natural and just, because I heard this thing that they put it in a petri dish and then just decay it and then they would release it out.
Or they have in the north of China. There's like thousands of cave systems, and the bats in there. You can control a whole cave system basically and study them. You have like whole villages and of people where they just study bats, and they've even got like schools inside the bats, like kids' schools and that inside the caves. It's crazy. So they've all been, working around with coronaviruses, and it's been fine
Yeah.
for years.
They say that the flu came from like pigs or something, I heard. So do you think that was true, or do you think that's another
arenavirus?
I think not pigs. No, it might have been. No, hang on, not pigs. What was it? Because that's swine flu, isn't it? But I think it might have been another one.
Well, there's a swine flu, an avian flu, or bird flu. There's flus from multiple sources.
But do you think that's all true, or do you think that could all be engineered?
Yeah, possibly. You have.
I mean, maybe it did come from that, but
Dr. Ferguson, he was doing all the pandemic modeling for it, for swine flu, bird flu, Zika.
yeah, and got it all wrong. Yeah.
Same guy.
Yeah, so he was saying something like 500,000 people in this country would die, and that just isn't true.
It's
So
like 100 people died or something. Yeah.
And then the day after you guys were locked down, he admitted it could be just 20,000 people would die.
And then he went off and like had sex with a woman.
Oh yeah, and
while we were all locked up.
Yeah, Morris is right. A man went and what was it? He went off to do something else that he shouldn't have, and then
Cummings, yeah.
Yeah, Cummings and Goins, yeah.
Cummings and Goins up. He went up north, didn't he, to save his family?
Yeah, and then he left after that because
Cummings, Johnson, Gick, Everhard.
Yeah.
In the pattern, that's how they laugh at us.
It's like they're taking the piss, literally.
They like to mix sexual innuendos with your diseases and your
What was it? Oh, what was that last picture?
Oh, it was a cave.
A cave,
school inside a cave, man.
All right, okay. A bat cave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty into bats. Like, I quite like bats. Like, yeah. I thought I'd seen that picture before. It's a bat
bats
cave
in my garden in the summer. It's weird.
Yeah, they're cool, man. I like bats. Like, they freak you out. Like, when you do see them, but you don't see them that often anymore, do you?
No.
Jamie.
Yeah.
Get any bats up in York?
I've not seen any.
Have you not?
No.
Yeah.
So
there's one.
Where did chickenpox come from? I know that's what is it, varicella virus or something.
Yeah, I believe chickenpox is. Well, I don't know. Is it related to chickens? It's like a type of bird flu type thing.
No, well, it's different from a flu. It's like.
What about cowpox?
Yeah, like itching. Like, I've had it as a kid. It was, quite unpleasant. Really, it was. Yeah, I couldn't sleep when I got it.
No, it's quite a. It is like I've.
But it's supposed to be even worse if you get it as an adult, because like if you didn't get it as a kid and got it as an adult, you get shingles, and it just be a lot more unpleasant, and you get like sort of pain from it.
Yeah, I went out with a bird who had shingles, like It was all over her chest. She won't let me.
What you went out with a bird, really?
Yes, Jamie. I used to be
and then you woke up, did you?
No, back in the day. I mean,
Yeah,
years
you were dreaming, weren't you?
No, before you were born, mate. Before you were born.
Yeah, what was that before you became Fat Pete?
Yes, long before that, mate. Long before that.
Yeah. So talk about bats. So I'll call you a bat
They're the
bastard.
ones who come up with a
Bat bastard. I love you, man. That's brilliant. Brilliant. Bat bastard.
Yeah.
No, seriously. I mean, back in the day, I did used to actually be relatively handsome, and this young girl that I went out with,
Pictures or it didn't happen.
No, she had shingles. Yeah, she had shingles on the chest, and she won't let me feel her tits for some reason. I don't know why, like now, but turned out she had shingles. Yeah. I didn't catch it, yeah. But
Well, sure she weren't lying to you.
well, no, she wasn't lying to me, actually. Do you know how I found that out? Like, yeah, it was on a green road in Oxford. Yeah, it was in this caravan. Yeah, this like a trailer, and one of her mates was there. Like, no, she'd come back after a while. Like, no, and I was looking through this window of the trailer. Like, now, one of her mates was rubbing this stuff on her chest. Like, yeah, right. Seriously, this is straight up, mate. Like, and I went in and asked her, well, like, what are you doing that for? Like, so she got shingles. I didn't know what the fuck shingles was at the time. Like, and but anyway, like, she had shingles. I believe she got better from it, like, now, and like I say, it was years and years and years ago, like, now. But age case, is it? I can't see. Yeah, right. You were saying before about what was it? Chicken pox, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, and smallpox. Yeah, and who was that bloke like back in the 1700s who came up with this idea of infecting kids with like pus from?
Was that the Louis Pasteur or something? That...
No, it wasn't. No. This is the 1700s. Yeah, around about the same ish time. It wasn't.
That was the guy who did the
first vaccination.
Boiling milk.
Yeah, Pasteur, yeah.
Yeah.
But back in the 1700s, like, now, this bloke had sort of sussed out that there was some relation between cowpox and smallpox, and he infected like these kids, yeah, with some pus from somebody who'd been like infected with cowpox, yeah, or something like that. I don't know what it is. Like, you know, you'll have to look it up yourself. Like,
Edward Jenner, it says here.
That's it, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, Edward Jenner, yeah, and but that's how he discovered that vaccinations, you know, were not quite the same as a bacterial infection, you know. Sorry, okay. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go on. What was you saying, man?
No, I'm
Hello.
sorry.
Still there?
HK.
Hello.
Can you hear me, mother? Can you hear me, mother? Okay.
Yeah.
I can hear
you. Okay. Are you still with us, sir?
Yep, still here.
All right, yeah. Yeah, go on. You were going to say something.
Nope. No, I'm listening.
All right, yeah, we're just saying about this chap, like, you know, it's not something I've sort of well, it's something that Age Case has obviously looked up about this. Edward Jenner, like, you know, that like I say, he got these pustules from I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm not a bloody doctor, Jamie. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a doctor, like, no.
Yeah,
But,
you're a comedian, aren't you, Bernard?
no, I'm just a fat bastard, like, a bat
Yeah,
bastard.
yeah, we call him Bernard Manning.
Oh, don't, Jamie. I call myself Bernard Manning, like it's my eyebrows that do it. I'm nothing like him, like in real life, like, no. He's the, I don't know, the antipathy of myself.
Yeah. Well, I can't see Pete at the moment.
I know, because I'm ugly, and I always get sort of complaints about me being so bloody ugly, like, which is why I don't like to put my face on screen anymore, Jamie. It's probably why I haven't been up on your channel for a while neither.
Yeah, what I don't get about, I don't know, people like I can't remember who you said, Jamie, before. They were
Freedom
saying
awaits.
it doesn't exist. Yeah, it seems like if you believe it exists, it's almost like you're not part of the fight, and you can't believe that the government are corrupt. And
yeah, it's this sort of like false dichotomy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
because
either
I
it's
believe
either
the whole
fake.
thing is corrupt and it's crony, and they've been building this up for 20, 30 years. Just because I believe in it, the virus is nothing more than a cold and a cough. It doesn't mean that I'm not fighting or I'm somehow working for the government, you know.
Is that what you think, Age Case?
Yeah.
What's your view on the virus and the vaccination program and stuff?
Well, it's just corruption, isn't it? Basically, it's just
It's what? So like
they've
the
built
whole
this
of
vaccine industry out of studying it. Basically, that's all they've done.
So do you think that philosophy is the cause of it?
Philosophy,
the love of knowledge.
More like controlling humanity.
Controlling
in a number of ways.
I mean,
and making money as well. And
do you think that philosophy controls humanity? The love of knowledge controls humanity. Or do you think you're controlled by the love of philosophy?
I don't know, man. I'm not.
Well, knowledge is power, as they say, because when you know something, you can use that against others, can't you? When you know something and then you keep others in the dark about it, you've controlled everyone then.
So basically, if you haven't been bothered to learn about something, then your lack of knowledge about something makes you in some way less than somebody else. You know loads of stuff that I don't know. And Okai knows loads of stuff that I don't know. Age Case knows loads of stuff that I don't know. And Plain Steve knows loads of stuff that I don't know. It don't make me thick.
No.
Well, the people and general people are like mushrooms, you know. Was it kept in the dark and fed on bullshit?
Yeah, well, I mean that's an easy sort of meme to remember. You know, it's you know, it doesn't tell me much about the way that you think about things, though, does it? I mean, how little do we all know between us?
We all know enough to know that it's tyranny, it's corruption,
Well,
non-humanity, it's
Right.
That's all we need to know, man.
Supposing Okai was a doctor, yeah. Supposing Okai was a doctor, yeah. And I knew as little as you did, Jamie, and as little as James Plain Steve did, and as little as Age Case did, yeah. How much knowledge will we have between us?
Enough.
Okai looks like a mad psychiatrist.
That's right.
Not a doctor.
Good evening, Steve.
Evening all.
Evening.
He's not a surgeon. Let's put it that way.
All right, I'm gonna have to get off now.
All right,
Nice one, Jay.
All right, thank you for letting me on again.
That's all good.
All right, I'll talk to you again later. Bye.
Take care.
Peace out. Have a good evening.
How's it going, Steve?
Yeah, I'm good. Good, thanks, Okai.
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah. One thing, Pete, don't call yourself ugly in that, mate. You know what I mean?
No,
ugly, man.
Believe you me, I am, which is why you've only got the light of me fag and me watch like him.
Yeah, but no one's ugly, man. Like, you should never say that about anyone or yourself, mate, you know?
Well, I am to look at, like, and if I put myself on screen, you know, on somebody's live chat, something like that, you know, I often get complaints that I'm an ugly bastard. So
I don't think you'll get a complaint from anyone here, mate. Honestly,
Nah, definitely not.
Not into that sort of thing, mate. That's like evil bullying, man. You wouldn't get that.
There are
from
no
us.
bullies here.
No, not at all.
well,
Look, I'm ugly. Look at me. I'm fucking ugly.
you're not ugly. You're a handsome man, sir. And the plaque above your head.
I agree with that, Pete. Do you know what I mean?
You are.
Some people. Oh, 2 seconds. My doorbell. Hope it's not the police.
All right, go on. Go on.
2 seconds.
He's getting busted, man.
Wait, Steve, under the new legislation, under our new legislation, we found you guilty of talking to incite violence.
Sorry, okay, I had to answer the door. It's all right. It was my daughter, and she is not a police officer.
That's cool. Cool,
Yeah.
man.
Go on, okay.
Not yet.
Under current legislation,
Oh, thanks. I'll have one tomorrow then.
Yep.
okay. Under
Yep.
under current legislation, you were saying, sir.
Oh, no, I'm just joking that Steve's going to get arrested under the current.
Oh
new-
right. Oh right. Okay. I'm sure he won't be. Like, it's only his daughter.
For doing impressions of Bulgarian people under a pandemic or something like that. You wouldn't understand that, Pete. Sorry. Some people think Steve is short and fat, Pete.
Steve's nearly
Well-
6'2", and he's certainly not fat. But yeah, that's what I think. What happens, Pete? No. Oh, Oh, it's just me. Is everyone gone?
Yeah, we're
No, I'm looking at you now, Steve. Like, yeah, and your arms look like one of them is Samson, and the other one is Goliath.
Yeah, but it's just a thing though, Pete. A lot of people they're just nasty bullies, mate, and they'll make stuff up
Yeah.
to sort of belittle you, mate, because they're jealous of you, and you know they hate what they see looking back at them in the mirror. You know, so don't listen to what people say, mate. They're just
Yeah.
arseholes. Do you know what I mean? Every person is beautiful, mate, unless you're an evil bastard. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'm
You
not
know?
an evil, but I'm not.
That makes you a
I'm not.
beautiful
I'm not.
person then, if
I'm,
you're not evil.
I'm not an evil bastard like now, but I do look a bit ugly. So, and I am fat like now, and I'm fat and I'm ugly, and all my teeth have fallen out more or less. Believe you me, Steve, it's not a pretty sight, like, which is which is why I prefer to remain in the dark, like, you know, in the
Hey, but
dark.
nobody's judgmental here. We're all here to chat and talk about things, and you know, so I wouldn't worry. They're all lovely people. No one would, you know, it doesn't matter what you look like. Everyone's just nice. And I'm sure you're a beautiful person on the inside, and that's all that matters. Fuck what anyone else thinks.
I'm getting that. Like, I like a lot of the people on Age Case. Age Case, he's still there, man. He's gone for a pee or something. Yeah.
A minute.
I'm still here. Shit. Sorry.
I
I
know.
take it off mute.
It is your channel, mate. But yeah, most of Okai I have listened to on Jamie's channel as well. Like, you know, he seems a pretty reasonable guy. Like, you know, you Canadian, Okai, is it?
That's right, and thanks for the compliment. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I've listened to you speak on Jamie's channel before, and you seem like a pretty same bloke, like, you know.
I'm just a YouTube live stream tour. Is what I am.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That is Okai, not Sokai.
Just Okai.
As in the salmon. What's this age case? Only the symptoms of the
Oh, this
disease.
was from a UK column today. They're talking about all the vaccines are leaky vaccines.
Leaky?
Which means they're not like foolproof, and like it says, only the symptoms of the disease are prevented. So,
well, I mean, you could pretty much say that about any drug that comes onto the market, couldn't you? Really?
Oh, wait a minute. I got a bit of a problem with that. The symptoms are not prevented. The symptoms are lessened. That's what the vaccine manufacturers have stated. So you can still get the disease and symptoms, but the symptoms will be milder than if you got a full-blown case. Where did you get that, Age?
A UK column. They do nearly every day. They do like an hour show.
So there you go. You can't believe anything you read in the media. Because I remember when the vaccine makers, Moderna and Pfizer, during their studies and before it was released for emergency use authorization, came out and said, no, it won't prevent you from getting the vaccine, from getting the disease or symptoms. It will just make your symptoms milder.
So, Age, what are these? I came on your live stream earlier, mate, but that only for a few minutes, mate. And then I was busy doing something else. What are the new laws that have been passed?
It's mainly to do with protesting, traveling around.
Cops in undercover police in pubs.
Oh no, I think that's the spy cops bill. That's a different bill. Yeah.
I read about that in the Guardian. Like, now what's that about?
Spy cops bill is where the MI5 and MI6, they can basically, it's like a 007 license. They can kill you.
All right, so basically put people in clubs and stuff like that. Yeah. Is that the? Do you think they're using that? Is it? I mean, I'm not quite sure about sort of. I mean, all right, let's talk about protesting and stuff like that. Yeah. You don't see that many people out in the street protesting about having the vaccine?
Well,
No.
you know, with that Sarah Everard supposed murder.
Okay, supposed. Why do you call it supposed murder, Steve?
Because I think it was a false flag problem reaction solution to bring in new laws to control us. Because
really,
really, yeah, absolutely.
Honestly.
Because when the media gives a story so much attention, you know, the media is like the beast system's mouthpiece. And when they give a story so much attention, you know it's something they've created themselves. Because last year, a girl in Exeter, she was she worked in a local shop, and last year she was killed in Exeter, and
It's in Devon Live at the minute.
her body was chopped into pieces and disposed of. But there was no sort of massive mainstream media coverage about that. There wasn't any protest. There wasn't any new laws brought in to protect women. So how come this Sarah Everard case, all of a sudden, they've debated stuff in Parliament and brought out new laws to control us?
And if you want to read the story of our friend who was murdered, bless her heart. So look in Devon Live, and her name was Lorraine Cox. The trial is still going on. It's day 11 of the trial, or day 12.
Of the person who was convicted of murdering her?
No, the trial's still going on right now.
Day 12 of the trial.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, that I would imagine more than anything else. Like, I completely accept your point. Yeah. I'd thought about that myself actually. Like, he's what I mean, if you compare, if you compare the media coverage of this, the what's she called, the new girl, or you call it that, like you can remember all the old cases of awful things that have happened, like terrible things that have gone on, like all like the two kids with the Manchester United shirts about 10 years ago, was it, or something?
Two seconds, mate.
You can,
but I'm reading your comment there, but the difference is it was a police officer. Yeah, okay, it was a police officer, but it still does not change the fact that a young woman was murdered and mutilated, and chopped into pieces and dumped in the woods. It still doesn't change that fact. And there was no massive media coverage about it. It's just, so...
They're jumping on this murder, aren't they, and using it?
Massively.
Exactly. And wasn't there a picture?
Steve, I'm completely with you on that. Like, completely with you on that. Like,
I can't really say whether she's a real person or not. I don't know, but
what
they have done is jumped on this.
She's an actor.
Yeah.
There's a lot of 33s in there as well, Age.
She was 33. Her body was found on the 3rd of March, was it?
Yeah, and there's when the beast system do things like this, when they do a problem reaction solution, they always encode it with their 33. So you got to keep an open mind.
Steve, you've lost me on the 33 thing. Like, I think applying some sort of numerology or something like that.
The Masons.
I think that's a bit far out, man. But I do take what you're saying. If that's in your local news at the moment, yeah. I mean, I haven't heard of that. Like, I'm only up the coast from you, yeah. I'm Portsmouth, yeah.
Yeah.
And we've had a couple of murders in the past couple of things. There certainly hasn't been anybody that's been chopped up or anything like that, but I think that's more to do with I don't know, to be honest. Like, I don't know why any of the national newspapers haven't picked up on that.
I know, it's crazy. She was it was no disrespect to Muslims here, but it was a Muslim guy who lived above a kebab shop who lured her back and had sex with her, and then killed her. Apparently killed her and chopped her up.
And
So I'm
this was a
surprised.
friend of ours as well, so
Yeah,
it's quite
I'm
like
sur-
delicate
What?
situation.
And this is in the Exeter Post. What is it? The Exeter
So Devon Live, Lorraine Cox. Have a look, check
Devon
it
Live.
out.
What?
Devon Live.
No, is this in one of the local newspapers?
Yeah. So it's Devon Live. Yeah, the local newspaper online.
But it's not been picked up by
Online.
mainstream. It's not been picked up by Sky News, BBC News, or anything really. Compared to this Sarah Everard,
It's never been put down in print in any of the local newspapers.
it's been in Devon Live and probably
I think it
Plymouth Live.
was.
Yeah,
But not
listen.
Sky News, BBC News.
If Devon Live is an online newspaper,
Yeah.
right? You're not actually putting print onto paper, and you can't actually say that somebody has written that down. They've sent it to an editor. The editor has put it into print, and it's been distributed. So therefore, whatever you've been listening to, I wouldn't take it as I mean, it sounds like it's a load of bullshit, Steve. I'm afraid.
No. We knew her, mate. It's
Well,
not bullshit.
yeah, she was a friend of ours. Trust me, she was brutally murdered. Like I
Really?
said, a very sensitive subject. She was murdered.
Right.
Type
Go on,
in Google Devon Live. And
No,
write,
you tell me. She was your mate. Like, tell me what happened to her.
She was out one night drinking with her friends. She departed from her friends because she was pissed right up. She met some
Right.
guy. He took her back to his flat above the kebab shop, but in the lane by the kebab shop, he had sex.
Whereabouts was it? Exactly in Exeter.
Yeah, he had sex.
Whereabouts? What road was it on?
What's it called? Hang on, what's that road called? Where the kebab shop is?
Mary Archer Street.
Mary Archer Street. That's the one.
Right, it was on Mary Archer Street in
Exeter.
Exeter. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I do know Exeter. Right? I lived there for a short while. Go on.
Yeah, so it was above. If you know Exeter, do you remember the kebab shop called the Golden Horn?
On the corner.
No, of course I don't. Of course I fucking don't. It was about 10 years back, but I do know Exeter.
Yeah, but the Golden Horn was 20 years ago, and it was up until maybe.
Hang on a minute.
few years
H
ago.
case. Would you be able to bring up the article, put it on the screen, please?
Yeah. Which one is it?
So go to Devon Live and type in Lorraine Cox.
Yeah, so anyway, it's alleged that
Remember that this is something that's been put up on a screen. It hasn't been put into print.
Oh mate,
No. Trust me. She's dead. I knew her.
Yeah,
she's dead.
We saw all the police presence there.
Well, why haven't local press been onto this then?
Local press have been.
Yeah, but mainstream like Sky News and that haven't. But yeah, with the Sarah.
No, the local press, though, presumably in the local Exeter News or whatever, like it's been up in.
Here we go. Look.
Go on.
H just put it up.
So it's not been picked up by Sky News and that. So they're not making a song and dance about the story, mate.
Oh, okay.
But they are with Sarah Everard, which like I said to you earlier, when it's their own there's a guy. But when it's their own thing that they've created, they use their mouthpiece called the news, like Sky News and BBC News and that to and then you get a protest, and all of a sudden the law's been changed, and then peace now. So
I'd listen entirely to what you're saying. I can hear what you're saying. Like, if that is a genuine news article and it's something that's happened, then that should be, or you would imagine, on any other day in the week, like when coronavirus or whatever else, or bloody Harry and Meghan are not in the news, you would imagine that would be on the front page. But it's down to the editors of the national newspapers.
Well, it's not. They're owned by the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, so it's down to them what goes on the news.
Or the owners, What would you do if you were the editor? Supposing you were the editor of, I don't know, what do you read any national newspapers?
I don't read any newspapers and don't watch any TV. I haven't watched TV for about 10 years, so I wouldn't be involved in that sort of system. Full stop.
So, I mean, it's a bit difficult, like, you know, if you're, you know, would you say you were part of a echo chamber?
What do you mean? Elaborate on that, mate.
Well, if you're not prepared to read anything that's being put out by the national or the international press, or you in your local newspaper, or you know, anywhere else like now, how do you know that the information that you're getting isn't just from the people that you choose to talk to? You know, I mean, you're choosing to talk to me now, Martin, aren't you?
Well, I know 100% she was killed.
All right.
I've known. I knew this girl from, well, so I'm almost 40. I knew her from going back. I was 24.
Okay.
I know the family. She's very much dead. It's not a bullshit story.
So what happens if it's Sarah Everand, and what happens if there's like friends and family who kind of say the same thing?
That's what I was thinking.
Would you, like, you know?
Well, the difference is though, is with the Lorraine Cox murder, it's not been mainstream. Yeah. And it's not encoded with any sort of 33s or any sort of Masonic stuff. But the
come on, Steve, for fuck's sake, man.
No, it's fair enough. It's fair enough.
Right, but this Sarah Everard it's been, you know, it's been it's been national news for, like, you know, weeks. They're giving it so much airtime. It's encoded with lots of 33s, which the B system used to just to secretly let people know that is one of their tricks and something they've created themselves. You know, so that's the difference.
And they're passing new laws, and they're calling for.
And they use, exactly, okay. Yeah, I was just about to say that. I was just making a comment. And they're passing new laws because of this.
And calling for
it's basically like a 9/11. It's a 9/11, basically. You know, like how they used 9/11 to bring in the Terrorism Act. That was 20 years ago, mate. The Terrorism Act is still here today. So they use it's problem, reaction, solution, mate. They create a problem, get a reaction from the public, and offer the solution. More laws, more cameras to control us. They didn't do that with Lorraine because Lorraine was a real thing that happened. They did it with Sarah Everard because it's bullshit for the problem, reaction, solution.
Steve, can I ask you something? Yeah.
Of course you can, mate.
How old were you in 2001?
Well, I'm 42 now.
20. What, 20?
So, no, it must have been 20, I think. When was it? 2000? 20, yeah, 20.
20 or 21.
All right. So, can you remember where you were when you?
Yes, I can. I was in my solicitor's office.
All right, go on. You don't have to say anymore. You don't have to say anymore like that.
I was in my solicitor. Well, I don't fucking lie.
Steve has the best memory of anyone I've ever known.
I was in my solicitor's office. I went in there and he went, I said, all right, my solicitor, funnily enough, is called Steve as well. I went, all right, Steve. And he went, hang on a minute. He said, do you know what's just happened? I said, what? He turned his laptop round. He said, the Twin Towers have been attacked. And I thought, I don't care about that at the minute. I want to know whether we're going to get a not guilty on the GBH charge. Yeah, we're going to discuss that. And we discussed that. By the way, the GBH charge was because a load of blokes started on me, and I used more than what.
Look, Steve, don't go any further, mate. Like, don't go any further.
That was years ago. It doesn't matter now. But anyway, I went home. And researched it, looked into it, and I thought, wow, this looks fishy as fuck. And then I looked more into it, and it was hard then because you didn't have YouTube, because YouTube came about in 2005. But there were still truthers out there back then, few and far between, but they were still there. I started researching it, talking to my brother about it, and he was doing even more research than me. And we started to realise that actually the fucking whole thing don't ring true, because you know, and how does you know, some bloke who was only trained to fly a Cessna plane manage to fly a 737 in a spiral round and hit the Pentagon? It's impossible. The top fighter pilots in the world say we couldn't do that, and this guy's had a couple of hours on a Cessna, a light aircraft. Impossible, you know. So
really, you think it's really that impossible?
Absolutely.
Have you ever flown a Cessna?
Yeah, I have. I flew a Cessna when I was 14 years old. I've got 2 hours towards my PPA.
So you don't think that you could fly a Cessna to say?
He didn't fly a Cessna. He flew a 737.
I know he didn't, but it's the basics, like, isn't it? Like, you know.
You could not fly a 737.
You don't think so?
No, it's impossible. The top fighter pilots in the world who fly fighter jets say they couldn't even do it in a fighter jet. So
don't question Steve when it comes to aircraft, honestly, because you won't win.
So you don't think you could switch off the?
No, it doesn't matter about the autopilot. If you're going to say autopilot, does not matter. You cannot fly it in that sort of spiraled way to hit the building like that. Impossible. Especially if you've only had a few hours training on a Cessna.
Well, that seems almost as unbelievable as me watching the thing happening right in front of my eyes, like. Yeah. Well,
that's one of the most heavily defended places on Earth, and like with the most CCTV. Well,
yeah, but the thing is, if it happened. Yeah.
No, it didn't happen.
Something happened, but not what you're led to believe.
That didn't happen. A plane did not strike the Pentagon, mate. If a 737 went through the wall of a building, there would be you would have like the wingspan of the plane, which is about 130 foot. Like the wings going through there, you'd have a 40-foot vertical fin hole through the wall. None of that's there.
So how many air crash sites have you investigated?
I've looked at quite a few, mate, and I haven't seen any that have hit buildings and they've looked like the Pentagon did after a supposed plane strike.
So which ones didn't look like that?
All of them.
All of them.
When planes hit buildings, buildings always win. The plane always wins.
Yeah. But how can a plane hit a tower that was built to withstand a plane strike? It's built with metal girders that can withstand 1,500 degrees of heat. Yeah. Aviation fuel burns at about 700 degrees. How the fuck did that melt the steel then and bring a building down? How did it destroy the steel?
There's one theory that says that it's to do with aluminium. When it's heated to a certain temperature, and then water is.
Yeah, they took out insurance from the Twin Towers a week before they blew it up, and they put thermite.
Do you think the insurers would have been interested in this? You know, I mean,
I know insurance companies are just as fucking fraudulent as a system that run the world.
There wasn't any planes.
No, who did the insurance? It was BlackRock. They're like one of the most dodgiest companies on the planet.
Yeah.
Not Lloyd's London, then.
One of the wealthiest companies on the planet as well.
You can see it's a controlled demolition, mate. Go and look at videos of buildings, being demolished. They fall in their own footprint. And that's exactly what happened. Why did BBC News report on Building 7? It's collapsed, but yet it was stood in the background while they were reporting live.
Do you think all these sort of recriminations and things like that that are attributed to the Twin Towers should be attributed to Grenfell Tower.
What do you mean?
A Grenfell Tower.
Yeah. I think
the-
that started deliberately because they wanted to move the poorer class people out of
Yeah, that was they were set on fire, weren't they?
Kensington. They wanted to get rid of them, didn't they?
Oh, that was like years of neglect and shit. That was.
Yeah. I mean, these aren't two separate incidents that are completely unrelated, yet are related in some way or other.
Yeah. Burning building, lots of people died.
Yeah. I mean, it happens in real life, like, a lot of the time. Like, maybe they're connected. Grenfell Tower, like, somebody somewhere in local government has decided that, they'll make a few cutbacks, and they've already made a contract with somebody to put up all this, basically a fascia on the building, like, and all right, well, it's not quite as flame-proof as we thought it might be. Somebody somewhere must have thought that, it wasn't that safe, really. And,
Saving money, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And they were all making money, giving each other backhanders.
Yeah. That's it. Like, people getting contracts, like, here, there, or everywhere. Like, I mean, that's the way that, unfortunately, that the Western world works, and that's what's happened. And there's something awful that has happened, and really, if you look at it on a scale, there's nothing that is any different between anybody in Grenfell Tower who lost their lives, or lost their life, that is any different than anybody in the Twin Towers who lost their life. These are all human beings who lost lives, and when you're looking for somebody who, you wanting to hold accountable for it, like, who would you hold accountable for, like the Twin Towers disaster?
Oh, the Twin Towers. There's a load of people for that. Whole list.
Well, Pete, you only got to look at this, mate. If you think your government cares about you and cares about any child, why on earth did they illegally invade foreign countries under the guise of weapons of mass destruction and stuff like that? They actively sent troops over there who killed innocent men, women, and children. If your government can do that to men, women, and children, mate, they'll fucking do it to you, mate, and me. So don't ever think that they can't pull off feats like 9/11 and stuff like that.
You could say that about anybody, though, couldn't you?
No, I wouldn't do it, mate. I wouldn't kill somebody for financial gain. No, and you can't say that about anybody.
What if you didn't know that what you'd done for? What if you knew that? If you didn't know what you were going to do for financial gain was going to cause thousands and thousands of people's lives, I mean,
they knew exactly what they were doing.
So you would apply the same sort of idea to the coronavirus thing? I mean, we're looking at three different things now. Like, we're looking at coronavirus, yeah.
That's a load of bollocks. Coronavirus don't exist.
And we're looking at Twin Towers, yeah.
Twin Towers was an inside job, yep.
So what's the only thing that connects all those things together?
The beast system. Rockefellers and Rothschilds, mate.
So that is the only thing that connects all those three things together. Because I don't see them as related in any way.
Well, that's entirely up to you, mate.
Sorry?
That's entirely up to you.
Well, that's just what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying they're completely separate things, and there's no conspiracy. It's just things.
Conspiracy. No, it's not conspiracy theory. It's conspiracy facts, mate. 20 years ago, people were talking about everything that's going to happen in the future. Yeah, on YouTube, the hardcore truthers were talking about everything. Right? They were talking about Agenda 21, Agenda 30, the beast system, surveillance grid. Every single thing. How has it all come true then right now? It's all true. We're in that system that everyone was talking about 20 years ago, and they were apparently conspiracy theorists. So they're not conspiracy theorists, it's conspiracy fact, mate.
Well, obviously you were there.
I wasn't there, mate. I've spent 20 years of my life, in my spare time researching everything, mate. I was telling my partner 20 years ago, mate, exactly what's going to happen in the future. And she used to say, "You're mad, Steve." Well, guess what? She doesn't say I'm mad anymore. Because everything I said, Pete, back then, mate, it's all come true. So, it can't be luck, can it? It can't be coincidence.
Is it coincidence? Yeah.
No.
Steve.
What? Yeah, go on.
Right. Here's you. Yeah, Steve.
Yeah.
Number one. Yeah. Right. Draw a little line at the top of a piece of paper. Yeah. And put Steve above it. Yeah. Here's me, Steve. Yeah. Right. Draw a little line underneath that, and then two little off lines, yeah. And then you put Mum, Dad, yeah. And then underneath that, you put another little line, and it says Granddad, Grandma, Granddad, Grandma. And then you put another little line underneath them, and it says Mum and Dad of Grandma, Mum and Dad of Grandma, like Mum and Dad of Grandma, and
hang on, two secs, Pete. 2 secs, Pete. I just got to have a piss. 2 secs.
All right. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is that what are the chances of you being alive today?
Hang on a minute, Pete.
Someone said he was in YouTube chat.
Someone's called me a solicitor. I think they're a bit retarded. I said earlier on, hang on, Pete, 2 secs. You can carry on, bud, in 2 secs. I said earlier on I was in my solicitor's office, and he's called Steve. I'm a carpenter. I'm not a solicitor. You can probably tell by the way I fucking speak. I am not a solicitor.
I'm going to put some pictures on my Discord because Steve's redecorating our house, like between working, like ripping all our fucking wooden architrave and that down, redoing our house.
I'm not a fucking solicitor. I'm a carpenter, mate. Time served.
He's not a bloody solicitor. He said that earlier on. He was in the solicitor's office being charged with GBH and had to get himself out.
Sorry about that. Yeah, carry on, bud.
Sorry.
We're going to use up all age cases stream time here, but crack on.
Yeah, that's all good, man.
I'll tell you what, actually, Pete. Because I'll tell you what, I'm going to do a live stream on Friday night, mate. If you want to jump on there, mate, and we'll have this discussion then, mate. Because I'm not going to take up age cases stream time.
I think Rich said he'd go live, didn't he?
Or if Rich does,
Rich is going after this.
I've got to go to bed in a bit, mate, because I've got work in the morning. But I'm not going to take up all your time. But Pete, yeah, it's interesting, mate. It's interesting. We'll carry on the debate, mate, on Friday, buddy.
Thank you, sir. I'm pleased to meet you, sir. I'm pleased to meet you. You're a nice fella.
Yeah, I've never seen you on Jamie's before. I don't think.
I've never been on that. I've never been on their age.
I
have. I've been on Jamie's, and Okay as well. Okay, you still there, mate?
Still here. Yep. Still here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Whereabouts in Canada are you, sir?
Southern Ontario, just north of Toronto.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Ontario. Yeah. I don't know Ontario right now. I've got a mate who lives fairly near the Niagara Falls.
Oh yeah.
I play poker with him, yeah, online or whatever.
Right on.
He's a nice fellow, like, no, he cracks me up, like, no, he's always going on about bloody polar bears and seals and stuff like that. Like,
Well, I bet he's never seen a polar bear in his life.
You're probably right. Okay.
You have to go a long ways north to see a polar bear here.
He jokes about himself, like, no, that's it. He jokes about himself, saying, I don't know, when it's coming up springtime as it is now, it's always going on about sap coming out of the trees or something like that.
Yep. Sap.
Maple syrup and all that, like, yeah.
Yep. Yep. I don't know. The trees are in pretty bad shape these days.
I believe so. Like, yeah.
Trees are being destroyed right and left.
What about the maple trees? How do they actually like manufacture maple syrup? I know you put a tap in a tree or something like that, yeah, don't you?
Yeah, that's all you do. You put a tap in the tree in a bucket, and it just comes magically out.
So how do they do that on a consumer basis, like, or whatever? So where does that tap that you put in your tree over there, like, end up on? I mean, we don't eat that much maple syrup over here because we don't put it on bacon and stuff like that. We put tomato sauce on bacon over here, but like, how does that work out, like, now?
I don't know too much about the details specifically, but we
do they have like forests and forests and forests of maple trees that they all sort of when it becomes spring, like, do they sort of tap all that like maple syrup off at the same time and then store it and then like sort of put it in big vats and everything and put it in bottles, and then sort of how does that get sort of distributed among, like, throughout the world and that?
I think they would have maple syrup tree farms, and then they would process it somehow, boil it down or whatever, refine it, and then package it and ship it out.
I can tell you like philosophy, Pete, man.
Okay.
Like philosophy of everything, you know? Just
pretty much, man.
Like,
yeah.
Even that question there, that was quite philosophical. Philosophical.
Well, yeah, but it's more commercial, like, now. I mean, we sort of you can't help thinking about philosophy and commerce at the same time, like, now. I mean, philosophy is a sort of, I don't know, it goes back right, well, it goes yonks back, doesn't it? Socrates and Plato and a lot of those people in the Bible, like, and things that have been written in the past, like, you know, John Paul Sartre and Immanuel Kant, and all these people have like loads and loads. So, like I was saying earlier, like, you know, you only get to sort of know about other people, like, you know, by talking to them, I suppose, like, you know.
Yeah. But online's different as well. Like, I'm a totally different person in real life, I suppose. We're not in our natural settings online, I don't think.
Which is like why I don't like to show my face because I'm an ugly bastard.
I don't worry about that. Like Tracy said, no one's judging here. Like,
I smoke far too much. I drink far too much, and I smoke a little bit too much bud and that, like, but
Bit of bud, nothing wrong with smoking bud.
Steve, you still owe Steve. Steve's gone for a pee, man, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm still here, Pete, bud.
Oh, man. Jesus, how did you get to that flipping ridiculous size, sir? If you don't mind me saying, like, with Samson and Delilah on left and right.
He's a carpenter, mate.
No,
It's hard work.
I guess it's good. No, because I work with a carpenter who's really fat, so I don't know. I guess it's good genetics. Like my brother's really big as well. I guess it's good genetics, mate. And I work out, you know, when I can and that. And I guess it's like that, you know.
He watches a lot of WWE.
No, I watch I watch some old stuff. I watch old stuff. But no, I don't. I wouldn't watch it religiously. I don't watch anything religiously, okay. But yeah, I guess it's a combination of great genetics from my dad and eating well and working out and working hard, I guess.
But my mother had much better genetics than my father.
Yeah.
He was a doctor and she was a nurse.
Two secs. What leggings have you got to send back?
Oh, what leggings we got to send back?
Sorry, my daughter was telling me she's got to send her leggings back. Give me 2 secs.
Mummy will do it. Don't worry. Mummy will sort you out.
Yeah. So yeah. Sorry, Pete. What were you saying?
No, I just saying you were saying about genetics or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. I was asking you how you ended up with Samson and Goliath on both sides of, you know, your arms and that, yeah. And like I've ended up like a fat ugly bastard.
Well, you should never say that about yourself, man. Everyone's different.
Do you know there's a thing called body dysmorphia? It is a thing, and I've gone through it, looking at myself, thinking, God, I'm ugly, I'm fat, and this, that, and the other. And actually, and you've got all these other people saying, you're not. And you're probably not. Honestly, you
shouldn't think like that.
You shouldn't think like that, because it's not healthy to think like that. I'm sure you're not as bad as what you think you are, or do you know what I mean? As long as you're a good person inside, then what does it even matter, man?
I'm not one of those people who's
and nobody will judge. No one judges not in this group anyway. Never. I've never seen anyone be judgmental like that or be nasty or. I mean, you get the trollers, obviously, but you know the people. Obviously,
I look at this like this as well, Pete. Right? You get a lot of big muscly blokes who go out there and flaunt it and sleep with women and treat them like shit. I've never been like that. And these blokes, one particular person, he was like quite a good friend of mine. He was like a big muscly lad, and he would treat women like shit, and you know, run around like a maniac, just sleeping with everyone. I was never like that. And when I look at him today, he looks all old and weak and pathetic and that. And I think that's a punishment, mate, for being the way you are. I was never like that. So I'm 42 years old. I was 42 the other day, mate. And personally, I think I look great for 42. And I think that's my reward for not being an arsehole throughout life.
You look a damn sight better than I do, like. Let's put it that way, like.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, mate.
See, you look a damn sight better than I do, like. I probably deserve everything that I've got, like, in life.
There's a million people out there who look better than I do, mate. So don't worry about it. That's just life. But there's
I'm sure you look better than fucking Prince Philip.
Yeah.
Well, he's bobbing on a bit, isn't he?
He's like 99 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do they live that long age?
Oh, come on.
Well, how do they live that long, mate? Because they don't drink the water we drink. They don't eat the food we eat. We're eating GMO food.
They have good food, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they rear their own animals, mate. They don't drink.
Good lives.
Yeah. We get the poison, mate. Why? I remember, 30 years ago when I was in school. No, high school was I was 12 years old, and first time I ever heard of cancer, and that was the only time I heard of cancer. Now, constant cancer. 1 in 2 people will get cancer. They put it on the radio when I'm on my way to work, and I've got the radio on. An advert comes on about cancer,
Yeah,
and I switch it off. And do you know why I switch it off? Because I've got this belief that they put it into your mind with TV, radio programming, posters and stuff. Cancer. And if you keep thinking cancer, I think it switches on something in the mind and you get cancer. So I just get rid of it out of my reality. I don't want to think about shit like that, and I won't get it. That's what I think.
Well, of course you don't. You're still young, Steve. That's the thing, like me.
No, it doesn't matter, mate. Kids get cancer, don't they?
Yeah, kids get cancer. Yeah, kids get cancer. People of all years get cancer. But I mean, the actual the actual proportion of people who die of cancer is a hell of a lot bigger than you just said before, like me. But that's purely because a lot of people who are older and who are now living older, because we live in a world where, you don't die at 40. Steve, I'd be dead by now, like now. Go back 100 years, I'd be dead by now, and you'd be sort of bobbing on a bit, like, yeah. But as with medical and
advances,
nutritional advances, and cleaner water, this, that, and the other, like now, and the way that we're able to communicate with each other. And
cleaner, is it, full of fluoride?
I wouldn't say water's cleaner, mate. Tap water's not, mate. It's loaded with chemicals.
I don't really trust the bottled water either.
I mean,
but the thing is, supposing an outbreak of cholera sort of cropped up in your house, when it affected about, I don't know, 100, 120 people around the place where you're living, you can pretty much say that that's going to be, it's the water supply that's killed you all. And this is the way that things used to kill people back in the, in the start of the 20th century. There's a lot of people used to die, and a lot of people used to die a lot sooner.
Sewage and that, and bad water.
Sorry, Ed?
People still do die from it. It's one of the. I think it's one of the biggest killers in the world, isn't it? Like lack of clean water.
Lack of clean water. Yeah. I donate.
But I think fluoride's a bit different, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fluoride dumps you nowadays, don't it?
Yeah.
They don't actually put fluoride in the water in the UK.
In certain parts they do. It's mainly inland. Right, for some reason.
Well, fluoride is sort of, it's a pretty innocuous chemical. It doesn't really do anything. It's the same as calcium.
Okay, I have to differ on that, because if you look on the back of a toothpaste thing, it tells you if you've ingested it, you need to contact who?
Poison control.
The poison control.
If you ingest too much fluoride.
Yeah, but that's only be squeezing about 500.
Yeah, but if it was safe, That wouldn't even be on the back of it, would it?
But
But
I mean,
no, if it was safe, that wouldn't like, you know, you drink a pint of milk, it doesn't say on the back of it, if you ingest too much of it, call the poison control because of this, because whatever's in it. But if you look on the back of a toothpaste tube, it says if you ingest too much of it, call poison control.
Steve's missus, yeah.
Tracy.
Right. Tracy, right. If have you ever taken a couple of paracetamol or a couple of ibuprofen?
No, I don't take them, mate.
I take paracetamol occasionally because I get migraines. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's poisonous, mate.
Well, it is, but unfortunately, I have to take them because I get bad migraines.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say, Pete. You're going to say if you take too much of a paracetamol, it can kill you.
But
no, Steve, that wasn't what I was going to say. What I was going to say is that paracetamol and that ibuprofen have been tested over millions and millions and millions of cases of people taking it, and it hasn't really affected them in exactly the same way as fluoride in toothpaste hasn't affected people. You know, I mean, you might get sort of like 4 or 5 people who've been, you know, adversely affected by paracetamol or fluoride or whatever, but it's, you know, the chances of you actually being hurt by the thing are minimal, really minimal.
Yeah, but fluoride is it's well known that fluoride does dumb people down.
And like, I think it was Al that mentioned the fluoride causes dementia. Was it Al? I have to read back.
And it doesn't need to be in toothpaste. You don't need fluoride in toothpaste.
No, you can get it throughout the, you know, I mean, the water system. There's fluoride is.
You don't need it in water either.
You don't need what?
Fluoride in water.
It's natural in a lot of things, isn't it?
Yeah, fluoride flows through the you know.
They don't need to add it to water.
In natural like amounts.
They don't need to add it to tap water, do they?
They're adding it.
Yeah, natural amounts. Yeah.
But they're adding it to things like to make it more concentrated or whatever we want to call it, and that's not good.
What about vitamins?
It wouldn't say on the back of toothpaste tubes if you ingest a huge amount of this called poison control.
Yeah, what were you going to say, Pete?
Vitamins, you know, I mean...
Fluoride isn't natural. Yeah, no, it's not, Matt.
Yeah,
vitamins are things that have been, you know, studied over years and years and years and years. And we now know that, you know, there's certain vitamins and deficiencies that can cause terrible things like, for example, scurvy. You know, scurvy or what's the vitamin B deficiency?
Is it called scolio or something?
Yeah, scoliosis. What? Scoliosis is your back. That's your backbone. That's what Richard III died of, apparently. But no. What's the one that's caused by rickets? Like, we don't get many rickets these days. You used to get that back in the you used to get rickets back in the 1930s. That was a calcium. Was it a calcium deficiency or a B? Sorry, okay.
Vitamin D deficiency.
Vitamin D deficiency. You know, and I mean, you know, I mean, how do you compare fluoride with vitamin D or vitamin C? You know, these things that we know that we need in order to keep our bodies healthy. You know, what about fluoride being something that you need to keep your teeth healthy?
When fluoride doesn't keep your teeth healthy. In fact, you know what it does? It creates tiny little holes in the enamel, which gives you destroys your teeth. But yeah, what were you saying about the deficiency back in when?
Well, the 1930s.
Well, that was worried about the Great Depression, so I'm not surprised.
No, I'm not talking about America and the Great Depression. I'm talking about over here, like now.
Yeah, there was a Great Depression over here in the 1920s, so I'm not surprised that people suffer from vitamin deficiency.
Well, we didn't have that over here in the 1920s, like no. The
Great Depression.
The Great Depression came about as a result of the Wall Street crash.
Yeah, which was in the 1920s.
No, that was 1930. No, 29. You're right. Yeah, it was 1929.
Right.
Yeah, in the 1920s, like 1920s stroke 1930s, like now, you still had
vitamin deficiency, mate, because no one had the money to fucking buy food. They were all at food banks.
There's people in the 1960s had not scurvy, because vitamin C, like once the oranges started coming back over again.
I think we're taking up age. I'm taking up ages stream time. Age, you speak, man. I'm done, man. Sorry, Pete. I'm done.
All right, man.
Good.
Steve,
I think everyone's going to go over to Rich's anyway in a minute.
Yes, Pete.
Steve, when are you having your thingy? Yeah,
it'll probably be either Friday night or Saturday night, mate, and it won't be on my Plains TV channel. It'll be on Sergey's.
Okay, I'm on YouTube at the moment.
Yeah.
Do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, but my Plains TV is like.
Oh right, okay.
It's strictly like about planes and stuff, and I've got quite a lot of subscribers, so I can't start talking about the truth on there because people will think, "Hang on, what's going on here?" You know. So I've got my mate Sergey's channel, and I could use his platform to live stream about truth, but I don't do it on my Plains TV channel.
I've just put the link up there, Sergey.
Yeah. Put the link up, and I'll have a look at that, man. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll have a chat. Either
join us Friday night. We'll go live Friday, aren't we?
Yeah.
So today, Wednesday, or Thursday. I'm losing all track of time. It's Wednesday today, isn't it? So yeah, Friday.
Friday. Yeah, we'll go live Friday from say about 7 o'clock, mate. So yeah, if you want to come over, Pete, mate.
Dahlia, we'll talk about a bit of fluff.
Yeah, if you want to come over Friday night, Pete, mate, you're more than welcome, bud. Be interesting.
Right. Nice to meet you, man.
And you, buddy. Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit in the background for a bit, mate, because I'm gonna go to bed in a minute. But yeah, nice to meet you. And Age, you got the floor. You got the floor, bud.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to be going over to Rich's in a minute.
All right, geez.
Yeah, man. I've been on it for 4.5 hours now. It's been good. I think I was with Archive for 3 hours. That was a good little chat we had about a number of things.
Indeed.
What's his name? Local came in for a bit. That was good.
Age, you're an interesting chap, like your channel and that. Like, I shall subscribe to that. Annie Walker, I like. Annie Walker. Okay, is your channel okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have any content on my channel.
That's all right. That's cool, man. Like,
thinking of starting a live stream soon, any day now.
Have you done you got to do it 24 hours in advance when you set up a live? Have you done that?
I've connected my StreamYard to my YouTube account.
It should be ready then. Yeah.
So one of these days.
Yeah. But that is it, man. Yeah. Nice one for coming by. I'll put Rich's link in. There it is. It's been all good. Nice one, guys.
all good. Nice to meet you, Age.
And you too. Come again. Come again.
We'll do. We'll do, sir. An okay. It's nice to put a face to a name, sir.
Yeah, been a pleasure to meet you, Pete. Come again.
Will do, sir.
And Steve, it was a pleasure to see you again. And Tracy.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone. Nice speaking to you.
Good night.
Night, Trace. Night, Steve.
And Rich is live now. So thanks again, Case, for having me. Cheers, everybody.
Night, you
All
all.
the best.
Soon.
Thanks,
All right,
Ace, for
well,
letting us, mate. Nice
that's
to see
okay.
you again, okay? And cheers, Pete. Nice to speak to you, bud. All right. You take it
Anyway,
easy.
all the best, mate.
All the
Ta-ra.
best.
Hopefully see you Friday, bud. All right. Cheers, Age.
Who controls the British crown? Who keeps the metric system down? We do. We do.
Who leaves Atlantis off the maps?
Who keeps the Martians under wraps? We do. We do. Who holds back the electric car? Who makes the Gutenberg a czar? We do. We do. Who robs tape fish of their sight? Who rigged every Oscar night? We do.